protection
Okay.
sort of thing.
Lenari, then Lookout Spellcaster?
Yeah.
Oh, you're
Um,
gonna write these down? Okay.
I am also open, like, if people have better ideas as to where I am more useful, I am down for that. But I am leaning towards that.
You're a powerful spellcaster with good defensive options. I think you're pretty much on the money with that. But let's go through the rest of this first before I derail it.
Yep, no worries.
Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna fix a few things real fast and then you guys will probably hear everybody else in the crew chatting away as we try to figure out what roles we're gonna take on this epic boat ride journey here. And hopefully we'll all survive, but probably won't, to be honest. Alright, wish us luck.
Dragon breath out the crow's nests. I'm more worried. I'm more curious if the ship takes a hit, can I cloud rune it to the owl and just annihilate? You thought the last hit annihilated the owl. Wait till it's a gun.
That's a good question. I need to look up Cloud Rune to see what the precise wording on the. I need to know if it has to be a creature.
Well, right. I don't. Would you like me to link it to you? That make things easy for you?
When you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, your
But
ship is not
if I'm in the captain's seat, and wouldn't it hit me?
No.
That's not how that. I've been trying to get how that captain's seat shenanigans works. Because there's some stuff that like you are the ship, and there's sometimes you are not the ship.
If you are the helmsman on this vessel, you are allowed to treat the vessel as if things are being shot at you personally, yes. But you have to be the helmsman.
So not just captain, but in the chair as well.
Yes, you have to be in the chair. And
And
that is something that is a specific feature of this type of ship.
Okay. And if I was in that chair, I could treat the ship as myself.
If you're at the helm, you specifically, you could do shenanigans like this.
Okay. Anyways, Guap. What? Sorry, we got distracted there about rules. Do you have a role you want to play?
I probably know the least about this because I wasn't expecting to play, so I will fill whatever's left. There's no role that I am leaning towards one way or the other.
We turn Guap into the captain, make all the choices.
If that's what you guys want, I'll do it.
All right. So Guap's on Phil at the moment.
Guap's making spaghetti.
Yo. Are you like a meatball or a ground meat in the sauce type of man?
Why not both?
Man of my heart.
Valera, astral vessel proficiency is kind of a catch-all. If you are proficient in astral vessels, that means you're familiar with operating most of the ship's systems. You won't be proficient at like the weapons emplacements and things like that, but pretty much all of the basics of operating the ship, including flying it, are covered by astral vessels.
So what's the Magitech then?
That would be specifically for engineering and a couple of the more technical things that you could do.
Yeah.
Like doing repairs or understanding how things function. So think of it like this. Astral Vessels is how to use one of these ships properly. And it's some of the technical stuff, but it's not as much of the technical stuff. Whereas Magitech is how to use magical technology specifically.
And what kind of bonuses do we get with those proficiencies?
It lets you use your proficiency bonus when you're making a check with the required stuff, and sometimes you're going to need it to even try to make the check.
Do we get to set the attribute bonus as well?
Depends on the task. Sometimes it'll be dexterity, sometimes it'll be intelligence, sometimes it might be wisdom. Depends on what you're trying to do.
So with that sorted out, because that's helpful, because I have the boat proficiency, the astral vessel proficiency. Nimsy.
Sorry, I'm still messing with it for some reason. Valera has vanished, guys. Valera's gone.
I am gone. So see how you are.
But
Whatever.
Fee can probably do just about anything. She can be the tank. She can do the spell casting. She can do the healing. She can do anything you want her to do. So I'd say
Not
fill me like you're doing
Guap.
WAP. Yeah.
No, the issue is it's not tank spellcaster. It's like, are you gonna fix the boat? Are you gonna, try and navigate the boat?
I mean,
Are you gonna try and drive the boat?
well, driving, so Fee has good wisdom and okay charisma, intelligence, and constitution. So as long as it's not dex or strength that you're trying to make her do, she's got you.
So, in ability checks alone, that would make you good for captain. Also, first mate, right? High charisma, proficiency with intimidation or persuasion as well. If the captain dies, you take over captain. And you're in charge of morale, which,
Yay, morale!
those two are good possibilities for you as well. Quartermaster as well. Have a high wisdom score as well as a proficiency with navigator's tools and the nature skill. Now, if you're a druid, I'm just going out here on a limb, you probably got nature and a pretty high wisdom score.
Yes. Fee is good on.
I do not, and also nature's in.
Yeah, Fee is good on the nature though. She's good on nature and survival. Survival, animal handling, and nature.
So the quartermaster might be a good one for you, helping plot a course. You see an asteroid field, which are some of the good paths to go, help out the captain type of thing. So I would say, given your raw stats, captain, first mate, quartermaster, all really good options. And then based on your playstyle, do you want to be issuing orders? Do you want to be in charge of morale and punishment? Do you want to be in charge of the ship's course? Those are the three main splits on those. And then captain is kind of planted. Unless we want to do a separate helmsman, which is the driver separate from the captain.
Question is, what do you want Fee to be doing? Because I'm going to be playing Fee as Fee, so.
That's why I'm asking Fee. Fee, do you want to be in charge of choices, everyone's happiness,
know
and
if we wanna put
laziness?
I feel like
Fee
you
in charge of
shouldn't give
choices.
Fee that option. Fee's just going to say yes to everything. Yeah! Yeah!
Okay, so Fee says yes
Yay!
to everything Giru's pitching them. You're gonna see Giru starts to grow a forehead vein. He's trying to explain this out. Because mind you, Giru was planning on dealing with Gribby as well, and Gribby's not shown up, which is honestly, we love Gribby. Everyone loves a tank. As someone Giru tries to interact with, Gribby's, commonness to just dig holes in things poses problematic on a boat. Like 60% certain at some point Bramble would have just dug out the hull and fell out.
Is there gravity?
There is a specific ship system that is responsible for generating gravity on the ship. So yes.
So if you theoretically dug a hole through the bottom of it, would you fall back up into the ship?
Kind of. There is a location directly below the ship's spine where the gravity is concentrated towards. So if you dug through the bottom of the ship, you'd fall there. It's technically in contact with the ship, but then you'd be falling away from the hull as you try and climb along it. It's kind of weird.
A bad idea to
I
end
won't go
up
there.
outside the. Okay, so then we pass the docket down to Valera. Because
Oh,
he
that's
wants to
me.
do everything.
I'd be an engineer.
You think you could? I think engineer, arcana, athletics, magitech, int and strength. Yeah, I think.
Well, hopefully not as much not as much strength, and hopefully more dex. But I think that's going to be the best spot. It's
Honestly,
either that or first mate. I think
um,
is the other one.
both are a great possibility. Engineer and first mate, and then shadow phase. Where do you want to go?
That's the lookout. Well, yeah, I think primarily it'll be one of the lookouts, and then because high wisdom perception type thing, and then also can multitask into surgeon or cook if we need it. But I can also move, I think, between lookout and the deck easily.
Okay. So are you thinking? Sorry. So just to sort of summarize that, close the loop. You're thinking like sort of the same position Ange was talking about. Where is it posted? The
lookout.
Lookout spellcaster rule.
Yes, but available
Multi-classing into healer or cook
if needed.
if needed. Good to know. We know you're a good cook. So, and then Gear is fine as captain or mate. Any of those choices, base positions, he makes a lot of those, so he's okay with that. So the second question I have is, do we want to have a captain helmsman play the same role, or do we want someone else to be piloting the ship separate from the captain?
How many spots are there? We don't have as many people as we did last time. So do we
So
have
we're
the
at
ability to...
6. So in theory, I think you could put a helmsman up, but they'd have to be multitasking. Like the first mate is the helmsman and the first mate, or the quartermaster is a helmsman and quartermaster is a possibility. But then whenever there is a helmsman, the helmsman can't roam, kind of the same as the engineer. And then, so if that's the first question, so now we got 2 people who are on fill. So I'm going to take a quick. So, first question, is everyone okay if I play the captain role?
Sounds fine to me.
We'll see in about 3 sessions.
We'll see in about 3 sessions if we make it or not.
We'll see in about 3 sessions.
That's a good answer.
Do you think we want the tactician in the captain role? I don't know. That seems iffy.
Yeah. Well, that poses a very strong second question and something Giru would absolutely talk about. Who do we want to be the first mate? The first mate's big 2 steps are keeping everyone on task for 8 hours, but which is also morale, which is confusing when I think about Fee as a character, because she's excellent at morale and awful at keeping anything on task.
Checks out.
Checks out. But in the same sense, you know, we also have to be aware that our first mate has the ability to become captain, so it needs to be someone. And it takes over command by default if the captain is killed. We can overwrite that and simply have it be where we choose someone else takes over the role. Like, how do the positions shift if somebody dies? Giru would want to negotiate that ahead of time so there's no confusion
Zuru?
when we're hurtling through the astral sea.
What's up?
Does Zero have a spot yet?
I'll do
Zuru does
whatever
not.
the team wants.
I think he'd be a good first mate.
I think Azir would be a really good first mate, honestly. Now, that's the one. My one thought is Azir would be a really good first mate, or Azir would make a very good quartermaster. With the qualification being that will then be the second in command if the captain's killed. So, question for Azuru, I suppose.
My answer is going to be whatever you guys want, because I've done a fraction of the research into this that you guys have, so I'm along for the ride.
You pretty much got as much as we have now.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna break it down to 2. I was gonna break it down to like an option A or option B scenario, if that helps. But if you just want us to,
I mean, you're the captain. Decide, buddy. What do you want me to do? First rule of captaining, you got to be decisive.
you do have to be decisive. I just got this captain role. I'm allowed to be wobbly at it. Okay. If that's the case, I like the roles of Keck the engineer, Celestria and Lenari in our spellcasting, not observers, scouting roles. I forget what they're actually. Lookout, spellcaster. That's it. My main 2 dice then are Nimsy, sorry, Fee and Azuru.
I thought your main 2
Azuru's.
dice were portents.
Pardon?
I thought your main 2 dice were portents.
No, I have my 2 portent dice already. Those are done. I'll take care of those every session. But no, I got the 2 thoughts. Basically, Nimsy's character is super good at getting people to work, honestly. Not because she's strict, but because everyone likes Fee and everyone's bubbly and Fee's really charismatic. On the same sense, I'm going to be honest, Gear doesn't want Fee to be in control of any long-term choices. He thinks that would end very badly.
Fee looks insulted.
Don't be insulted, Fee. But if you had the choice to win 40,000 goals or get a rare space flower, what's the boat doing? And gestures to the audience. Anyhow.
Heck smirks. Jesus.
Giru says, so Giru proposes then that Guap take over the quartermaster, plotting the ship's course, relying on knowledge of things like navigational charts and studies, all those book smarts he's been getting, as well as having Azuru be the noted second the second to take the helm, and the second captain. Basically, instead of having it default to the first mate, it would default to the quartermaster, and then put Fee in the first mate position, with the stipulation being, Fee, you'll be told to get people to do certain things. How you get them to do it, entirely up to you. But they do need to do it, or all the flowers die. And Giru will put a bunch of flowers all around the boat, so Fee will care very much what happens to the boat.
Fee looks aghast.
Do we have any questions about that? Does anyone have any questions, comments, concerns, or complaints they'd like to vouch at this moment in time?
About any of it? Or...
About any of it.
So, I do have a thing I would like to see. Do we have an escape hatch?
Yeah, we have a bunch of them. At the moment, so Giru would reply, because most likely Giru ran into Azuru, who ran into Kek, all at the same store, making a choice. Where all of them, Giru would say, a variety of the staff around, a variety of your compatriots have a spell scroll. This spell scroll is the scroll of plane shift. Note to everybody, and you know it now, so if I remind you later, it's not metagaming, you know this. You can't plane shift back to Ishkal's dimension. She will fucking not let you in. You're just stuck. It'll fail. If you're gonna plane shift to safety, return to the West Marches.
How much is the scroll?
3,000 gold, level 7 spell.
3,000. Okay.
Is that crystal clear to everyone who has a plane shift scroll? We're going back to West Marches.
Yeah, I mean, I would just teleport to the guild. Like, this is the safest place, so.
3,000.
Giru would note for a second, you should probably go to the West Marches. The guild and its temporal magic, a little different than some people realize. I do not know if it'll work.
I'll teleport outside the door of the guild.
Sounds like a lovely idea. Like I'm just trying to make sure, we're all dying 2 sessions later, and Java's like, "Where do you teleport? Into the guild? No, you don't. Sorry. Goodbye. Everyone dies. Bye."
Oh, I wouldn't be that cruel, but it would be really amusing for where you guys end up.
So Yes, Giru has his because Giru knows about the guild's extraplanar space because he went and talked to the Bahir owner, Snuffles. I'm not sure yet which one it was. I wrote it down.
You can talk to Snuffles?
You haven't talked to Snuffles?
Snuffles doesn't like me.
He's now visibly upset with Giru, and Giru has no idea why. Like, oh yeah, it's a Bahir. It's not gonna like you. The fact that you're alive.
We can all begin to smell the singe that we got for last time Fee walked into the tavern.
It's like if you look at Fee and he'll go, the fact that you're alive means the Bahir doesn't hate you.
Sorry, I was lifting something. Fee would look at you with big, like, pleading eyes and go, "Really?"
I mean, it definitely could not. It could definitely fix that whole living problem of yours if you tried hard enough.
Living is a problem?
Why? Why do I make jokes when this is what happens? All right, I'm just moving around my prepared spells at the moment, Java.
No worries.
I need to do that too. I'm grabbing coffee. Hang on, I'll be there. I'm coming.
Yes. If you want to add one of the proficiencies you just purchased on your skills, or on your character sheet on the core page, on the left side next to skills, below skills, it will have your tool proficiencies.
Cool. Gotcha.
Below skills, tool efficiency. Okay.
Yep. You can add a new one, and whatever kind of proficiency you purchased, I'd say put query attribute on, and then you should be good from there.
I'm sorry.
Alrighty, I have my spells modified around. Sounds like we have our role, our positions at least. I am really curious to an interaction, so I'm just going to warn you ahead of time so I don't put you on the spot. You know how Giru can turn himself large?
That will not work on the ship.
Well, I was going to say, does it turn the ship into a 10 by 10 foot space? Because, boy, that would make a great survival technique.
Ooh,
Just brings everyone on board and the boat.
It's not going to work on everyone on board. It would work on the boat.
But what about enlarge reduce? Would that work on the ship?
The turtle who owns the ship would scratch his head and say, "No, I don't rightly know. Never tried it before."
Duly noted. If it push comes to shove, it may be tried. By the way, Jeff. It may be tried.
It may be tried.
So
There's some spell interactions that the captain's been like, I know.
Maybe tried.
He's over here like, what about the captain's like, what the fuck did I hire?
If you are in air and the ship's moving, do you get left behind, or do you?
If you are in the astral sea and you are not attached to the ship in some way and it begins moving away from you, you are getting left behind.
If you're already moving with the ship and you detach from the ship, would you continue with momentum, or?
You will retain some momentum. The astral sea, however, is not space. The laws there are a little bit different. So if you think that you're not moving as fast as the ship and you're not able to keep up with the ship with your
You're not moving.
consciousness, then you will begin falling behind. Yeah,
Okay,
you have to consciously propel yourself forward. You don't. This isn't pure physics. There's a lot of magic and thought that's going into it.
A lot of my things are creature-based, creature targets. I prepare spells.
For the purposes of targeting things, vehicles kind of count as creatures. Not really, but actually, there will also be some creatures out there.
Java, you said that this is an 8-hour race.
It is. This is
That means for all the sessions of this race, spellcasters don't replenish spell slots.
That is
Portent doesn't come back. All your resources don't return except for things that you might be able to sneak out a short rest on.
that is correct.
Okay.
Did you say
I was
B is
informed
gonna
you cannot
be
take a long rest either.
not at all?
Well, long rest wouldn't. The long rest would be the whole duration of the race.
Well, depends on your race, but
True. Fucking 4
That's
hour
very, very
dances.
true. Keck just kind of whistles a little bit to herself. Hmm.
isn't there's like a cat nap spell or something like that, right?
There is. That's for a short rest, though.
Oh, dang it. Okay.
If I use Druid Growth,
That wouldn't make
could
sense.
we
Yeah, that would.
take a rest in it?
That's a good question.
If you use what? Druid Grove?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, also, Gira would be very specific to his quartermaster. Not his quartermaster, sorry. To his first
Ah.
mate who's in charge of so and so. Wander around. If someone needs help, I'm like, go help so and so. Don't forget to give them some of your magical guidance.
Is my
Ship does
stream
not qualify.
recording? What is V again? Did you decide to choose first mate? Is that what you decided to use? What am I?
So you're the first mate position,
Mm-hmm.
which is morale, keeping everyone working, roaming around, but you don't have the first mate clause of becoming captain if I die. That goes to Azuru.
Okay, what do I need to learn?
That's first mate. It would be best to either learn. Giru's recommendation would be to either learn astral vessels so that you can assist with everyone in their kind of work, right? Because it's a really good catch-all. Or you could learn the spell, or you could learn the proficiency. Can you learn intimidate or persuasion during this time frame? Is that something you said, Java?
No, those are
No, you couldn't. Okay, so
different.
out of like Magitech and astral weapons and astral vessels will probably be your best bet, but you might want to think about learning weapons instead so you can use the cannons. I forget the exact name for the cannon proficiency.
I'm already efficient or proficient in energy weapons because I won at gambling.
Energy weapons. That's it. Proficient in energy weapons. Thank you.
Do we have a list of where
Swap
all these things
First
are?
mate cannoneer or Azuru.
Yes.
Quartermaster. So he's a roaming position. So absolutely.
Yes, thank you, Keck. I was just looking for it.
Although he may get called off a lot to come up to the helms room and help me plot a course. I'll have to rely on his smarts.
I have energy weapons and astral vessels. And water vessels. I don't know if that helps, but I have it.
Like he made the character for this. He doesn't even want to be.
I won all of that gambling. I didn't even get none of that was even part of my character creation.
I mean, dude, Keck got to be a pirate on a river the other day. It was fantastic.
That was such a good session.
Is there a way to look up what each of these do in like the compendium?
None of those are going to be in the compendium. So Magitech,
Navigator's tool, maybe.
Navigator's tool will be. That's correct. Siege weapons might actually be there too. So Magitech is specifically how to understand and use a hybrid of magic and technology. So it's very advanced technology mixed with magic. And if you don't know how that stuff works, there's a lot of things you won't be able to fix or repair or understand what's happening. Astral vessels is how the basics of operating a ship like this, how to fly it, how most of the systems work on like a fundamental level, like power goes from here to here, that kind of stuff. Energy weapons are how to operate weapons that are based around having some sort of energy flow through them, like laser rifles, force rifles, arcane cannons, beam cannons, basically a lot of sci-fi weaponry. It's got magical aspects to it, but the ship has 2 energy weapons on board. They also qualify as siege weapons because they're cannons. So either one of those will work just fine. And siege weapons, those are really, really big weapon systems. So, for example, if you're firing a trebuchet or a cannon or something like that, that will qualify for that. And then navigator's tools is just how to use various different kinds of things to navigate with. Anything from a compass to a sextant to, in this case, long range scanners to help you like figure out what's going on with terrain and understand the readout of it.
Okay, and which one does everybody have right now?
I have Magitech.
Mhm.
I have astral vessels.
What does Keck have?
What does Keck have for what? Who where?
Which of the thingies did Keck learn?
What proficiency did you buy?
Well, depends on which she was going to get put, but it'd either be the Magitech or the I think it'd be the Astral Vessels or Navigator's Tools after that. But she's Engineer Magitech for sure.
Oh, Magitech wrong.
I
Okay,
have navigator's tools.
okay. And
I'm
then
already proficient in Navigator's Tools as well.
Guap has astral vessels and energy weapons? Yeah?
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
So nobody has siege weapons then.
I think that's right.
Alright, Fee's learning siege weapons. Don't know why
Siege
she'll
weapon.
need it,
Oh,
but she's got it.
Cause havoc.
I'm picturing the scenarios in
alright.
which he is going to be using siege weapons.
Are you laughing? Is it bad? That sounded
No,
bad.
no,
I'm
it's
concerned.
all
It's
No,
funny.
no,
It's awesome.
it'll be fantastic.
I have a question
How
about
do
some
I ask this?
interactions, Java.
yes.
The way ships
Animal
spot
ship.
each other is based off of amplifying natural senses using divination magic, right?
To some extent, yeah. Not all ships work that way, but most of them do.
So non-detection cast into the ship
Mm-hmm.
would prevent people from being able to target us quite as well, correct?
It might, yeah.
Okay. And would haste make the ship faster or everybody on the ship faster?
It would make if you cast it on the ship specifically. That's a good question. It would make the ship faster. It might strain the engines a lot, but it would make the ship faster.
But it wouldn't make everybody better at.
You could use one of the lookout positions to try and cast haste on everyone in the vessel specifically, but that would use a significant amount of power from the ship, and it wouldn't last very long because it's not going to increase its duration.
What about Longstrider?
If you cast it on the ship, that's pretty much just going to work.
Question.
Cool.
Yes.
Does the boat count as a plant?
No,
Okay.
There are plants on the boat currently.
it is a vehicle.
Is there a giant tree on the boat?
Nope.
Okay.
There
They make a giant tree in the
Boat.
Can we have it outfitted with a giant
we
tree?
have it outfitted
It's
with.
a little late to have something like
It's
that
okay.
installed in
It was
just a
an-
week's time.
Nice.
That's fair.
That's yes, not a no, but it's a little
Can't
late
knock
to
the
modify
hustle,
this ship.
Java.
Yeah.
Can't knock the hustle. Might we be ready?
I am not ready. I'm sorry. I need to like move all my spells over because half of these spells are reliant on us not being in space.
That is
So I need to adjust some things.
Spells in space.
Space
so
spells.
Geary's got some
I
plans.
also need to do this.
So he's gonna talk to the party. See, Geary's got some ideas. What's everyone else thinking of doing as far as, managing the boat is concerned? Oops. Does anyone have any plans before we actually get out there? Or is this going to be a fake it till you make it moment?
If you want to come up with some way to communicate without speaking,
I can telepath all of you freely from the chair.
And I can telepath whomever from where I am.
Wait, does
Well,
that mean
then, that
Lenari
solves
can link
that
into my
problem.
mind and then just use it to link into everybody's mind?
No.
I've seen Naruto.
You
Can it
could
be like a giant
really-
game of telephone though?
It could, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Everyone can at will telepath with me if I'm sitting in my chair. And from that, I can telepath with everybody at will if I'm sitting in the chair. So that's our communications dealt with. The owl will also be flying around constantly. Y'all can ask him to do things. He's small, but
Question.
Yes.
Yes.
If someone were to paralyze the person driving the ship, what would happen?
I would stop giving
The person flying the ship would be paralyzed.
Could they still drive the
Oh, the
boat
ship?
or whatever, or somebody else have to drive it while they're paralyzed?
Someone would need to remove them from the chair and sit down in the chair,
Or unparalyze them.
or unparalyze them.
You
Okay.
can also keep in mind you can also fuck with parts of the ship that are important.
Yeah, right. They could paralyze the ship's
Like,
engine drive,
Move
or
shit. Yeah, like there's all sorts of stuff you can do. Sometimes that's even more fun because they won't necessarily know what's going on.
so Giru will point out. So he'll get all of his group together, and you guys will walk into Giru. He'll invite you all into his room because it's one of the few private places there are. And he'll sort of say, "Okay, so like my general idea is right at the start of it. We cast non-detection on ourselves. Non-detection simply means that things should have a harder time finding us. You can't divine where we are. They can't use divination magic to help see the ship better. We will always be at a distance. But additionally, we can rerun invisibility through the ship if we get into dicey situations. And invisibility combined with the ongoing effect of non-detection should make us exponentially difficult to find.
I mean, don't all these have durations?
Non-detection's duration is 8 hours.
Okay.
No concentration. So it'll be a third level spell slot of Giru's, and it'll last the whole race. Invisibility can only be concentrated up for an hour, so it's something we'd have to do. Like, you see the big fucking impish battle cruiser of death, and you're like, hey, I like immediately invisible. Not
He
doing
can
that
cast
today.
hallucinatory terrain too.
That's
I can
true,
stack on
right?
top of that, pass without a trace.
You can make a hallucinatory terrain look like a destroyed ship. You can make it look like one of their competitors is near us, but
Space.
or there's just regular space as well. The issue with the hallucinatory terrain, would I know the spell? Is the
behind.
spell a wizard spell? It doesn't sound like a wizard spell.
Druids can learn it.
This is not answering my question, but no matter. I will figure out the answer to that. What I mean by that is, the big thing is, Java, how fast does ship fly again?
I think it was 960, some of that.
80 feet. It flies 80 feet every turn.
So pretty.
So my only worry is we'd fly right out of there.
Depends on
Spells
how
can be so
much you use it.
how much power we send is what verifies. It's like 1 mile, 5 miles, 25 miles.
Okay, and that's specifically based on how much power the ship sends.
Yeah.
And
To
how
how
much
much you
power
draw
the
from
ship
the ship.
has is dependent on what?
The item that's in the thing?
Also, how much power we're sending elsewhere, right? If we're boosting the engines to fly fast, then we don't have the power to send elsewhere. If we're thickening our shields because we're in an asteroid belt and we're taking hits left, right, and center.
Well, yeah,
Mm,
obviously. I guess I'm just asking what the maximum pool is.
And if we ever drain the pool, we have to put a magic item into the ship. The stronger the
Okay.
item.
Well, yeah, okay, that's also good to know. Like, what's the calculation there?
We don't know exactly, but like the more
Well,
it's a
that's
charge-based thing.
Well, yeah, that's
So
why
like
I'm
the item.
asking.
And then the stronger the obviously the stronger the spell or whatever.
For sure.
More.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's important to know exactly what the parameters are, since we could very well.
I don't think we have a mathematical formula to give you.
Well, I don't know. I'm asking Java. If
Alright,
anyone would
yeah.
know, Java would.
We scared away Java.
I'm hitting him. I've been hitting him with all like the random scenario and hard hitting questions. I broke him.
I've been DMing him. I've been trying to keep sometimes whenever we're talking, I don't want to just overrule things with Java questions, so I'll DM him. And I'm pretty sure half the time he'll read it. He'll
that's
read
what
it and
I've been
he'll go, "Oh God."
Yeah. Yeah.
I think my newest one might be the worst one yet.
All right. So catching up on the questions. Sorry about that, guys. I had to be talking for a second. There is a definite metric for how much power something is going to cost and how much power you have. Did it pop up the snapper for you guys when I clicked
It
the
only
button?
showed us
It
the
only has
bio
the
and
bio.
info.
Oh, well, that's no good. Hang on a second. You guys should be able to see all of that. It has the answers to all those questions.
Even mine.
No, your question is a very interesting question.
Darn.
So you
Okay, we
should
can
be
see it
able
now.
to see everything on the snapper now.
I need
Yep.
to open it up. Can you re-pop it open? Oh no, there it is. I see it.
Yeah, it's in the information tab.
Perfect.
Oh, it's asking me to create a character.
Oh,
That's weird.
Same.
That is weird.
I just went and clicked on it. No matter.
I'm gonna try out clicky.
AC
Yeah, close it
20.
and reopen it.
700 hit points. Damage threshold needs to exceed 25 damage to do any
Still
damage.
broken.
80 feet fly speed. Air quality fresh. 10 crew. Cost
it's-
75,000
Edit sheet
gold.
directly. It'll open it. You can see it then.
Oh, yeah.
Why did it break it for you guys? Well, yes. So there are a bunch of systems on here, and a lot of the actions that you can take are going to be listed here on that ship page with specific numbers. So the ship holds 9 points of power, and for this ship, the ship's core has a power rating of 2, which means those 9 points are the equivalent of a second level spell slot, give or take.
Okay. We have
Oh.
Eldritch Battery. Port Arcane Cannon Crew. Starboard Arcane Cannon. Spell Engines. Okay. Captain, move the ship. Boost the engines. Fire Arcane Cannon. That's a gunner. Boost the Arcane Cannon. Imbue power. Oop. Sorry, I clicked that. Or someone else did. Manage power. Engineer. Emergency power. Engineer a helm. No cargo. Good to know.
Question. Can you
Yes.
cast like healing spells on the boat?
No, it is not a living creature, so healing spells aren't going to work on it.
What about
Okay.
mending?
Can I?
Mending is going to work on it. There is a specific action for repairing it, which I didn't put on there, which I totally should. It's damage control. It's something the engineers can do. It's something only the engineers can do.
Do we have engineers?
We have an engineer. It's Keck.
Okay.
Very, very competent. Yeah, Nimsy's immediately relieved. They're like, oh,
yeah.
thank God. I was about to say, who's the engineer gonna be? Are you telling me it's Gribby down there with a hammer?
Nope. No, it's Keck. Keck. Dun, da, da, da.
Okay. Could I use something like this on the boat?
So help me God, if you linked Awaken. Messenger of the
Ooh,
Wind.
can I use
Uh,
Awaken on it?
No.
Animate
Oh.
object.
Nope, it's too big for an animate object.
He's like, so help me if you linked.
Da-da-da-da-da.
I was thinking of casting it like I am Zibot, you know, for the bonus of the thingy.
I think you would be able to cast this. Its range of self. You would need to be the helm in order to cast this on yourself. Make it affect the boat.
Right, never mind then. There's
I
also
do
one
have warding wind if we need to.
Well, right, and the
short
I
and
was
the
looking at that
roaming
one too.
and the
Deflection.
roaming positions, which is everyone but Keck, can all roam into the helmsman room where Gear will be sitting and cast spells on them.
I also have a scroll of warding wind, so
Keck
I have a
has lots
scroll
of.
of a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, Keck's hoarding scrolls too. You're totally right.
Would this work in the astral plane?
Feeds like, should I bring this? Should I bring this? Should I bring this?
He's
It
just
could.
tossing
That
out
spell
thingies.
could help, but it is the shortest, most direct physical route to a specific fixed location, which means it's not necessarily going to give you a good path.
Yeah,
Oh.
true. Okay. Well, I'm running out of what to choose for my 6th level spell, so.
This is something
You
Well,
want a
think-
6th level spell and you don't know what to choose?
Well, most of them
Oh,
aren't going to be
Nimsy.
useful. Like, I can't move Earth in space.
that's Quitter talk. Bring Earth with you.
Oh, you made me
You want
so
me to
happy. You want to start
conjure
talking about
Fae?
spells?
I have a Fae? What's a Fae do?
Probably nothing too terribly useful unless someone boards our ship.
Yeah, I feel like most of them honestly aren't that useful.
If you
You can also
want,
just upcast something.
if you want, Nimsy. No, that wouldn't work. I was just thinking a terrible idea. Your individual 6th level spells right there aren't a ton. Your investitures are nice. Honestly, right, you might have some value out of Primordial Ward. It's a good fucking spell.
Yeah, but I can only cast it on myself, and I feel like it would be more useful if I could use it on the boat. And I don't quite understand how it works either. You have to take the damage from something before you can make yourself resistant to it, and it only lasts 1 turn? Silly.
What spell are we talking about?
It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Now, yeah, if you ever
It would make you immune to the triggering damage, but yeah.
But it only lasts 1 turn.
Concentration up to 1 minute.
That is correct.
My spirit
Oh.
does better. I just summon him and he makes me immune as long as he's out, which is multiple turns if he's doing a good job being cute stuff.
Yeah. Okay. Fair.
Immune or resistant?
Resistant.
So,
Same as this, sorry. Resistant. They both do the same thing is my point, and that one lasts longer. And it brings a cute animal to exist.
So my one idea I had, because you're asking for some optionitos.
Oh, thorns on the boat?
Thorns on a boat, not a terrible option.
Outside in thorns.
So it's kind of a roundabout way to get there. but you can summon Fae.
That's what I was asking. Because I had some conjure Fae, but I don't know if Java's going to let me conjure Fae. That's a question type thing.
If it's one, maybe, but maybe Java can talk. Java hates when we summon tons of little
Yes,
things.
and I already have tons of things. Java already has tons of things on my list. He has all the friends.
If you want to use summon Fae, it's a one creature summon.
So right, there are tons and tons and tons of cool Fae. You know, let's see. The big thing is you get up to CR6, which is kind of nuts. Because, like, that's an Anna's hag if she wanted it, right?
I don't know any.
An
Right.
Anna's hag is a fucking annoyance and a half.
I'll just select it for now, and I'll look at things while we go. I don't want to hold everybody up while I look at spells. I think I is good. I is ready. Let's do it. Let's not die. Yay!
Yay, us. Go us.
Go
Not
us.
bad.
No.
Would like freedom of movement work?
On the ship?
Yeah.
You can cast it on touch, right?
Willing creature.
Then no, it will not work on the ship. It's not a creature, it's a vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, well, because Longstrider also says target creature.
Oh, then Longstrider would not work either.
Awkward.
Yeah, like I said, you could cast it on the helmsman and spend a bunch of power and have it affect the ship because of how this ship is designed to work. It's designed to interface with one person directly and have them basically beat the ship. But yeah, not the ship directly. You'd have to cast it on the helmsman. You'd have to spend a bunch of extra power and make it so that it affects the ship.
I can use heat metal though, right? Because that just is a manufactured metal object. It doesn't specify whether it's on something specific. Yeah.
I think there's a size limit, but
Oh, I am. Java's tempting me. Gear wants to have a war council with anyone who gives a damn about a very important choice.
Okay.
Who here? Okay. Should we continue to have it powered by a pretty decent wand, but not a crazy wand? Or should we power the ship on an entirely packed full soul stone?
What's the catch?
The souls don't like me.
No, the souls are gonna try to kill us.
Oh, that's
No, but the souls are very like it's a packed soul stone is nuts. Like those are
How
Is
about we
there a way
keep
for
it as a
them-
backup plan?
because then I'm gonna fucking. Is there a way to put them both in there, or to like you talking about condemn the souls to listen to me?
Well, is there a way that they could escape the confine or, do any sort
Is it
of
the ship?
anything that could put us at risk or a disadvantage?
That
Okay.
would be a very difficult Magitech or Arcana check.
So I am asking those who may be able to hit that.
Ma'am in the engine, Keck. Do you feel like wrangling some souls for stronger power?
Yeah, sure. If it'll help us out.
Hold on. What's the risk here?
The risk is the souls don't want to. The souls don't like us. They
They
are
hate you,
very
yeah.
mad at me. Probably because that's why I have them as souls.
Those are the
Anyways,
Black Wind souls, right?
this is. I've been thinking of spending
trying
the
to
second
kill-
Black Wind's souls, which isn't just them in those soul stones. It's madness incarnate in there.
I feel
That
like we're
doesn't-
setting ourselves up for failure with that.
Yeah, I
that
think that's
doesn't-
just 100%
they're gonna
setting us up for
possess
fail.
Yeah,
the
my
ship
my only
and
my
then-
only question is, I'm channeling my Brennan Lee Mulligan. Are we wanting to avoid disappointment or achieve greatness?
We're
I
looking
mean,
at that guy.
That's a question for you as the captain, buddy. Like how much do you
No, as
is
a player
do-
question as well.
right? Let me finish what I'm saying. Like if push comes to shove, are you gonna vie for safety or are you gonna vie for winning?
That'll be a risk reward we'll have to make at the moment, because we don't have time as a
Well, let's think.
compounding factor. I'm using a war council.
Let's think about that logically. Is like everybody here has utility to
Yes.
dip if shit goes wrong. So like my mentality, if I were the captain, would be I'm pushing to win, and if people are gonna stay, then that means they think we can win too. And if not, then everybody's gonna fucking bail. And I would assume that we're probably gonna communicate, hey, like we're gonna get the fuck out. We're not just gonna leave each other behind or anything if we can help it. I'm sure. So that'd be where my mentality's at with that.
We do have a lot of get out options.
These are dangerous precedents.
Is
They
the
are.
astral
Yeah, all or nothing.
is the astral plane nature?
Natural C.
No, the astral plane, the astral sea, they are not natural.
Okay. So commune with nature is useless. You know what? I feel like druids aren't that useful at the moment for this
In
this
astral
thing.
space,
Yeah,
In
not
astral
so, not
space,
so
maybe
useful.
not.
not
You're
as much.
you're more down to earth, Fee. Literally.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I will say there are places in astral space where your abilities will be useful, but just in astral space in general, no.
But just to
Hmm.
verify, if I used this on a boat,
It
That would
would
be terrifying if it was
eat
made
the
of
hull
metal.
up, yeah.
I
okay,
mean, our hull
great.
isn't made of metal though.
This hull is made of
Ours
ceramic.
isn't, but I
Yeah.
assume that other boats, especially the one that supposedly is like an arrow or whatever and shoots through other boats, is
Oh, the
going to be
needle?
metal.
Giru would beforehand go discuss with the crew
Rapier?
of the needle about some degree of like just
Means
trying
rapier,
to
I
see if
think.
they're looking like, because they know we're entering as the turtle and they're like, really? Oh my god.
Uh-huh.
So you go talk to them and try, be friendly and like, we're not gonna fucking torpedo you for no reason just because you're there.
They're lying liars. They're gonna do it anyway.
If
They could certainly try.
Make it
also might do it.
Yeah, make an insight check, Giru.
Insight or
Insight.
persuasion?
Oh, you can make a persuasion check if you want, but insight is gonna inform how much
I have no
information.
idea.
So they do some friendly banter back and forth, like, okay, if we see you, we'll leave you alone. If you see us, you leave us alone. Like, it just kind of a truce. Like, if it comes down to you or us for the win, all bets are
They're
off.
gonna go. Yeah, they're gonna win. I'm fine with. I'm fine with them trying for the win, as long as they understand we will also try for the win at the end. But
Hmm.
okay, well, insight 3. Let's see how persuasive I am.
So
Okay.
what happens if you
Not good rolls today.
amplify something, say like a thunder wave? Would the sound also get more intense?
No. So it's gonna just increase the area of it. So it'll be a much, much, much broader pulse, but it won't amplify the damage.
Well, what about the sound? Still 300 feet?
Oh, how far away they can hear it from? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. It will be audible. If you made it so that it was close range at everything within a mile of you, the sound would be like 300 miles. Actually, at that point, it'd probably be loud enough that they could see it from hundreds of miles.
Is it 7th level spells or 3K?
Yes, kind of depends on the spell, because some of them have material costs that go with, but...
I was looking at Force Cage.
Yep, that is a spell.
Oh
Yeah.
goodness, how long have I
Magitech
been muted?
or Arcana.
I have a +0, so it should not be me.
Oh, I've been discussing it with Java. I asked if I could make an Arcana check. The answer was no. No one has no idea. No one has any idea what's gonna happen if we power the ship.
Yep.
Is there
By
anyone we could have
Dragon
asked
souls.
before we got here?
Maybe.
I
Who
feel
who can you think of? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The Guildmaster?
My God.
You can
Master
talk
doesn't
to
know
him.
I have the souls. Oh yeah, he
Oh.
does. He definitely does. He sees through my necklace. He definitely knows I have the souls.
So Keck, with the 11, actually the 24 also, you're not sure. If it's an 11, you're like, maybe. I mean, it's a lot of magical power, even with a 24. That's risky. This tech is very specifically not built to house that. Like, it can, but that's not what it was made for.
We're doing
Everybody else?
guys.
This is, you could, I mean, you could slap that thing in there. The manual says that it can accept creatures. So do you want to slap that bad boy in there and try it? Go right ahead. I will not stop you.
Should we bring it as a Hail Mary?
No. It'd be like
Yeah.
a Hail Mary thing.
I
I
feel
will
like it would be
bring-
a Hail Mary. Your first Hail
I-
Mary should be Giro's little stick with the little tentacles.
Tentacles?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you?
That'll
Why
be
do
the
I
first
not get to keep my
sacrifice.
magic item? Fuck you.
Because it has charges. He's seen
No,
it
it
used.
doesn't.
It has charges. You attack
It
3
doesn't
times
have
with it. Isn't that
charges.
charges?
No,
Are
it
we
has 3
able to? Are we able to find level 9 spells?
No.
Yeah.
Does
charges are
anybody
something.
have an item with charges?
So,
I hope somebody does, or else we have no backup for the
I
ship.
have. I got 2 items that have 1 charge each.
Not looking well
Hey.
for us.
The souls are an option, so I will bring the black soul stone of the talkative Black Wind.
I feel like the
And I
moment
will-
those
I will
guys over.
I will explain to him that if he doesn't behave, I'm gonna feed him to a boat.
I feel like you're just gonna give him a really big body to possess, and he's gonna purposely crash us into like hell.
Yep.
Just saying.
I also think that. So we don't have anything to power the ship. Is that right?
Well,
It comes with a wand of magic missiles.
yeah, but I don't know if you guys remember, but Java made a really suspicious-y sounding wahaha. And then he was like, just so you know, if it were to for some reason run out of power, you need something with charges in order to power it. Not that would happen, but that totally means it's gonna happen, so we need something.
Okay, let me.
I have
now that
3
we have,
things with charges.
now that you can look at the
Also.
snapper and see what I'm talking about, the ship itself, the ship's core, is a power rating of 2. If it does not have a magical item in it, it will not generate any power for you. You will need to pump your own spell slots into it. You can't get any extra power out of it.
Can we use other magical items as well?
Yes, you could put a different magical item in there. The level of the enchantment will determine whether or not it's enough power. But with a power rating of 2, it needs to be, I mean, a +1 weapon would work. You wouldn't be able to use the emergency power option to gain pretty much anything out of it, but it would work.
You keep the lights on.
Yes, it'll keep the
Well,
lights
so then
on.
as a backup, we do have the black soul stone, so I will bring it. I will leave.
I think you're
for
the
those of
only
you-
one that's on board with that.
Keck just said they were on board with that.
I'm on board with them bringing
I'm
it.
sorry.
As an
I-
emergency, right?
Yeah, as the Hail Mary. If people aren't against it, or are all against it in the war council, I won't bring it. But
No, I'm down. I don't know about everyone else.
I stand corrected. I personally think it's a terrible idea, but I'm gonna go with whatever the group wants to do.
I agree with Guap, but I will also go with the
But
group.
think of all the knowledge Azuru would gain.
You gain the
I-
knowledge to run away really
Knowledge, yeah, knowledge means nothing if I'm dead.
So it's interesting too that Fee's worried about possession.
Fee is not worried about possession. I'm saying from a metagaming Nimsy standpoint, it's a terrible idea. Fee thinks everything's great. Everything's wonderful, everything's fine, there's nothing wrong. What could possibly go wrong? We're gonna have so much fun. We get to fly around in space. It'll be great. There's no tentacles this time in the space, so it's
What's-
even better.
You're
What's
incredibly
the-
incorrect about that, Fee. There are Elithids in space.
No. And then Fee's gonna describe the Cthulhu type thing she floated above with the mind monster thing.
And Giru will explain, yep, you're right on the nose. Those are Elithid Nautiluses. We were briefed about them. Those are there are living tentacle ships piloted by psychic tentacle monsters.
Fee is gonna make a gross face.
Just so you know, Fee, you were not wrong when you said, or you were wrong when you said there's no tentacle monsters in this astral sea. There are a lot.
Let's see.
But yes.
Jeff, what modifier is that?
No.
I'm sorry, what? For the
What Yeah.
wisdom.
For what?
Celestria is attempting to bring something special.
Mm-hmm.
So the ship's core recharges power constantly, right?
Yes, at the start of the ship's turn, which is immediately after the captain's turn.
And then, if I'm reading this correctly, it has it has 100 hit points. Use the hit points of this entry to track. Use the hit points. Okay, so the ship's power, it creates 100 out of 100 every turn and has an overflow of 9. So it sitting at 109 power right now, right? And
No,
will regenerate.
the ship's core that's the hit points for the core itself. The power reserve, you have 9 points of power.
Oh, and the ship recharges 9 every turn?
2.
Where does it? I'm not disagreeing. I want to know where it says that so I can find it.
It says on the ship's core the power rating of 2, but it's on
Power rating 2.
the ship's turn. In the middle of the ship's turn, the core upkeep.
Increase the reserve power by the core's power rating to a maximum of the power reserve maximum. If the core is at 0 hit points, there's a chance it explodes. Cool.
So Nimsy had brought up a really good point. I don't know if it was addressed, but does anyone have any magical items with charges? Where do we settle on that?
Working on it. Hold.
Some
Yeah,
have.
Keck is also buying some stuff to help with this.
It's also worth noting as well that that although it won't give us full power, our regular magic items will also work.
Now, does it consume, like, if I put my rapier, if I shove my rapier in there, would it consume the magic off of that? Is that how that works?
Sorry, say that one more time.
If Keck shoved her rapier in the fuel, chamber, would that suck out the magic out of the rapier? Is that how that works?
No. It would power the ship, and it would actually power the ship quite well. The thing would be if you ran out of power and you wanted to use the emergency power option, then it would deplete the rapier. It might not disenchant it completely. It might only just make it a non-magical item for a little bit. But it depends on how much power you need and how strong the rapier's enchantment is.
All right, sounds good. Thanks
That's
for
the
the answer.
emergency. That's this action, right?
Yes.
Which
So
is
we have
again already an emergency. So yeah, as we board the ship, Keck, Giru will approach you with what looks like a black obsidian stone, and be like, "If all else fails, throw it in there and tell me you did, because I will drain it immediately to start as hard as you right." Because Giru's thought here is an idle mind, dangerous thing. So if we're gonna use the soul, it's emergency power time already.
So you're giving Keck a black wind soul?
a black wind soulstone, and if we don't use it, I would like it back when we're done.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
But you are at the engine bay. Well, it's okay. So it says, yeah. So they're at the engine core. So Keck will have that item. It's also the one that speaks common,
Alright.
so you can listen to it if you're ever bored.
Yeah, it's Blackwind Soulstone FML. Got it.
Are there winds in astral space?
Not normal winds, but yes, actually there are.
Can you use winds to like boost the boat speed?
That is an interesting question. This boat, not so much. This isn't a sailing vessel per se. There are some that are like that. In fact, there are some in this race that are like that. But this one, not so much. This one's more a direct thrust.
Or I could potentially use it on an enemy boat to do the
Yes.
opposite.
Yes.
Yeah, theoretically, yeah. Yes. Yeti, if you want to position yourself between tiles, not snap to a tile, you can hold down Alt, position yourself.
Thank you. And I have the burb.
I forgot what spell I asked for. It was that 7th level one.
It was
Oh.
Force Cage.
Force
Yeah.
Cage, yeah. Where did we land on that? I did not listen.
The spell itself would be available, but there's an expensive material component, 1,500 gold extra. So it would be 4,500 gold if you wanted to purchase one.
It doesn't have that much. Womp womp. Oh well. Thanks.
I didn't mean to link that, ignore that. I was trying to decide what to give up for control winds.
Ah,
We have other people that can heal, right? It's not just Fee.
Lots of healing
can
potions.
heal. Lots of healing potions. Fee can heal as well.
I just said, like, if Fee doesn't have healing, do
meant
we have other
Celestia.
options?
Well, I said that we have Celestia, right?
Oh, okay.
We don't have any other. I don't know if Zuru carries healing. Lots of healing potions.
I do. Yep, I carry 5 every mission.
Oh, Keck's been
I
fucking.
meant healing spells, but yes.
Keck's been hoarding potions for this fucking mission for sure.
But yeah, it's we got our boat, we got our crew.
are you prepared?
Damn.
Oh.
not prepared.
Keck shakes her head. SMHing on the way into the ship. SMH, SMH, SMH. Emote, emote.
Alright, I think I have. I can't really afford potions anyways, so I think I'm ready. I'm good. How much did I spend on? Actually, no. How much did I spend on the thingy? It was 2,500.
2,300.
2,300. Okay.
So can I see out of the
33.
helm where we're going?
Yes.
Okay. And that whole range extension, does that work for my spells out of the helm as well?
No, it does not. That is specifically the stations that are off of these the hatch here in the center of the ship.
So the cloud rune can soak a hit off the ship and give it to somebody or something, but not give it to another ship unless it's 30 feet away from me.
Yes, unless you're literally right next to it.
Unless we're being boarded, which is awesome.
Oh
Yeah.
god, it's like someone shoots the ship as we're being boarded, and Atraxes
no.
the demon just gets vaporized. It's like, oh, that was convenient.
Yeah, good save your bacon.
So,
You guys, like, I'm confident that you guys have a fighting chance of winning. I think you guys can do it. I don't know
and
about
everyone
winning
bought
it,
their
but
insurance. We got 2,000 just for showing up, too, guys.
yeah.
No, we give it
That's
2,000 gold. We're
You
gonna
get-
spend all of that then. Holy shit.
It's like, yeah, you're getting 2,000 gold and a percentage of the winnings if you guys manage to place, just for racing. If you are alive at the end of the race.
And place in the top 4, you win money.
Hmm?
And we'll definitely get a few experience point from this, guys. This maybe get 2 on this. Is that what maybe 2, Java?
2 is the base. You guys are getting at least 2 from.
Oh, thank God.
It is that dangerous.
Everyone was really
I
hyped
was
to
gonna
run
say.
this, right? People were all talking about it. So
I'm honestly really hyped. It's gonna be fun.
Brian thinks this is the coolest thing ever. Azuru is not at all excited about this.
Azuru,
Azura's
buddy,
been through hell and back.
if you want to go, all
Ever
I
since
ask is
joining.
you tell me, "Hey, I'm leaving. Goodbye," and I will say goodbye, and you will leave. But if you are not with the ship when it wins the reward, you do not get any reward. Is that clear?
Yeah, I'm more than fine with that.
To everybody, not to you, to everybody. If you jump ship and the ship still wins a reward,
That'd be sad.
you imagine like everyone jumps ship and it's like it's fucking Keck is stuck in the engine room and it lists across in 4th place.
Dude, Keck would be ecstatic.
Keck would be the richest Shatterkai they've seen in a long time.
Keck wanted that money bad.
I was
That's
gonna
what
say.
that comes down to.
Bro, I was just saying,
Yeah,
like,
I'll
right,
take-
like, the doors jammed, you're stuck in the engine bay, spell fails, Keck's like, well, I die here, I guess. And then the engine just floats across on, like, the shitty power.
Nah, she'd shove her rapier in there just for shits and giggles.
I am not finding Faye in here, and I don't know if I did it wrong.
I'll
You're
take
looking for
the
monster entries?
Yeah.
Valyra, do you play with all of your abilities and attributes fully expanded the whole time? Is that what I'm seeing on your stream?
It's a really fantastic way to keep track of what I have available. So like I'll add a lot of stuff into it too. So like all of my my
That's a
shield and
really
stuff
good
like that,
idea.
or like my uncanny dodge, I keep that open and active all the time so that I remind myself like, oh well, I can use something right now. Like so if it's open on this, it means I can use it. So I'll read it, and then that helps me learn my character a little bit better.
That's a really helpful trick for
Ah,
people learning
And then
stuff.
I put it
That's
everything that doesn't fucking matter just goes at the bottom and stays closed because none of this shit matters.
that solved it. Thank you.
Ring of Warmth.
Very nice.
trance.
I've got so many things at this point too. I was keeping track of, but it's the multi-classing because tons of classes are front-loaded. You get like 4 things by level 3 in a class, and you're just like, oh my god.
To bring up the ship again, I just go to journal and click the snapper.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Risk iced tea. Welcome, Valyra.
Some car commercial with dogs. I'm going to suggest we are. I'm going to take the bottom lookout, and then I don't know if we can fly up, but
You want us to fly sort of like
higher.
so you can look down on people?
Yeah.
My only worry
They'll
about
never
that is
see it
it
coming.
does slightly invalidate Lenari's capabilities on the top.
Yeah, unless
There's a
someone.
crash button. I can just hit a button to crash the ship. Can I do that without actually crashing it? Can I do
go
it, Java? It
Go
won't
hit
break
the
it.
crash button.
Object size large, gargantuan.
Oh my.
You picked Gargantuan, yeah?
I did.
Yep. That's how much damage you would take if you crashed your ship into our Gargantuan object or creature.
Not bad.
But if we crashed it, well, it's got 700 health. But if we crashed it in just like a large thing, we take 25
Easy.
damage.
Much damage we
The
take
high
or the
roll,
ship
too.
takes?
The ship takes.
The ship takes. Yeah, everybody
Okay.
else would just be making.
How much damage would the creature
maybe
take?
Same amount.
25 damage if it was large?
Mm-hmm.
I guess because it
Could-
just weighs less. At a certain point, we were just pushing it.
Oh, excuse me. No, it would be taking it as if it hit a Gargantuan creature.
Oh, so it would take the 89 and we would take
Yes.
25.
Could I right before impact jump and like think that I'm stopped?
It doesn't work. That's like
Well,
when
we
you're a
don't
kid
take
and
that
you think if
damage.
an elevator crashes, you can jump at the last moment.
You
Well,
can
you
certainly try that if
can.
you want to. You
The
you
elevator
have to test
does
it.
work. You perfectly time it though to push the elevator down and hopefully get enough momentum or cancel some of the momentum. Anyway,
You should try it. You should try it.
Yeah. In a video
well,
game.
I mean,
Brian's just gonna be jumping in elevators now.
Oh no, you would be splattered.
you would have to be
You'd
perfectly
be
timed. I don't
crushed.
like this. The roof might come down on top of you. That might be the other problem. But yeah, it would.
I don't know, because you're still accelerating downwards no matter how much you jump.
No, but if you jump, it's an acceleration in the opposite direction. But it's based
Alright.
off of how much the mass of the elevator is, and then how hard you jump, I guess.
Gentlemen, I don't think we could be further off topic. I love this shit, but I do not
How
believe
many
we can be
elevators until we get to the Astral Sea? Just eject me now.
All right, so I think we're ready to start.
All right, so you collect yourselves.
Okay, well,
Are you prepared for this, guys? Because this is the point of no return. The save button pops up here. The game is loading. Make sure that you've taken care of anything that you need to take care of in town before you embark. We good?
oh, so we do have a save spot.
Hell yeah.
Bee's gonna go up to everybody in the group, seeing how concerned everybody about her looks, and give them a berry to hold on to for emergency purposes. An emergency berry.
All right, I give my berry to Kenny the Owl.
Is this like a cyanide pill? Like
Yeah, tainted berry is exactly what I'm putting in my
ritual suicide?
tainted fee berry. Tainted
Bee
fee
I was about to
berry.
say,
berries are good. They're helpful.
Yeah,
Has
no,
anyone
tainted
ever
is
casted
fine.
detect magic around the berries?
No.
No.
Well,
Nope. All right. Well,
everyone just
GG.
figures
I
they're
don't
good.
think you should
don't-
waste
I
your
don't think-
spells
well-known
before we've
spells.
even started. I'm just saying.
I don't think anyone's really noticed the. It's only happened a few different times where.
Yeah, and
You
there
know,
were
somebody's
other
acting
things
weird.
going on too. Like the one time it happened and there was a lot going on, it was like, there were filters of love
Fee-
involved.
I think
Fee
Fee's got the
always-
most of it.
Well, Fee always comes back around and like berries are fine. The berries are fine. So like, yeah, nobody's gonna.
Yeah,
Okay.
Fee's tested them multiple times. She's tested them on Bardicus, she's tested them on other people too, and they didn't have any reaction at all. That's
that you
fine.
know of.
It's fine, guys.
Is she bringing chi?
No, Chi is staying at the inn for safekeeping.
Okay.
Yeah, she's
She's,
got a nail
she's the one's
appointment
gonna
this
get the
week.
bag back.
She can't come.
She's gonna hit the button to get the bag back of the guild.
It's important to keep the bag. Alright,
Fee was
Fee might not come
inspecting
back,
it.
but her bag will.
If Fee doesn't come back in 72 hours or whatever, hit the button. I'm gone. Alrighty.
I'm gonna take the bottom lookout, and I say leave the door open,
So you could yell.
or move out of it without having to open it.
That's a good idea. Yeah. All right, everyone get in positions. Zuri,
Okay.
I'll have you up here at the front with me, helping to plot a course at the start. Fee, keep everyone's spirits high.
Keck's gonna stand in front of the engine and have Gribby's hammer, or she's gonna have a hammer with Gribby's name on it.
She's gonna start hitting things with Gribby. Will be the joke.
All right. So, to set the scene a little bit for you guys, this race, you've been prepping in the Astral Sea a little bit, but you've been moving in and out of a space that seemed, at first blush, to be connected to the casino. You've basically been going to a hangar where this ship has been and going up for little jaunts back and forth. But as the race is coming closer to a head, a lot of the people moving in and out of the casino, you would notice that the hangar you're in has several doors, and it looks like only one of them actually leads back into the casino. A few constructs actually come in through some of the other doors, loading crates and moving things about, and generally taking care of the maintenance of the space in particular. You see the turtle talking to them on occasion. And one time after he is taking you out to train in this space, um, he'll actually spin the ship around so that you can see where you've been launching out of. And you see a very large metal and stone ring, probably 2.5, 3 miles across. And it is floating in the void of astral space. And it is dotted on the outside of it with hangars of all different shapes and sizes. And you can see on different parts of it other ships just barely poking out of some of their hangars, ships coming and going. Nobody ever close to each other. And it looks like there are lanes that you're supposed to stay in when you're coming towards or moving away from this structure. But there are a couple things that you can very easily see from a very long distance. Docked on the inside of this ring, not inside of it, just nearby with a thin metal spire attaching the two, is something that is nearly the same size as the ring. If the ring were compacted, there is an infernal battleship.
Oh,
It is all black metal, red spikes, glowing fire flaring across it. It is a very large and very intimidating vessel. And unfortunately, the captain, the turtle, would point out, yeah, that there's the glory of Avernus. That's going to be one of the racers. That's the largest ship that's ever participated in one of these here races. And if it wasn't, and he'll point at another creature, there is something wrapped around part of the ring. It is a long, gray, squid-looking creature, except it has a pretty big mouth at one end. This is that. There's the Illithid putting that creature up in the race. I don't rightly know what it is, and I don't really care to know. I very much like to stay away from it, and you probably should too. But if that big infernal battleship wasn't participating, that would be the other largest vessel to ever participate in this year race. And he'll look around the ring and say, well, you can't see it from here, but the Queen's Blade, I think, is on the other side of the ring here. That would be the other favorite to win the race. You're going to have to keep an eye out for her. She's fast and she's dangerous. But on the day of the race, when we're preparing everyone for the final departure, the way it's going to work is your ship is designated a corridor to fly out to a position back behind the ring. The first leg of the race, you're going to be accelerating to a cruising speed and then flying through the ring to the first leg of the race. And the moment you pass through the ring is the start of the race. As you guys are arraying yourself in your position, you're not towards the front of the race. You're kind of back in the pack, maybe a little bit behind the middle of the race. And I will designate this Skiru. You are.
There's no qualifying rounds?
There were qualifying rounds, and you guys weren't part of it. Giru, because you're the captain, I'm going to represent you on the map to the right. If everybody looks over here on the right, this is going to be where I represent the relative position of the different ships to each other. There are going to be a lot of different ships out there, but if there are large and especially dangerous vessels nearby, they will have tokens that I will place on this tracker. Each one of these circles is a range bracket. So if anybody's in your circle with you, they are at close range, within a mile of you. If they're one circle away from you, then they are at short to medium range, depending on the distances involved, like the speeds involved. And if they're more than one circle away from you, then they're at long range. at the start of the race, there are a few people who are going to be doing things like right before the race starts, but one of the things that
When
is
did I get out there?
you're the captain. We represent you with your token.
Okay.
One of the things that is going to happen is very clearly you can see in this race the positioning of one other vessel. It is across the midline from you, and they're actually going to introduce themselves. This token here, about 30-40 minutes before the race starts, this figure appears in massive scale in the captain's forward section of your ship as a illusory projection, and
Hello.
looks
At the
around,
helm?
yeah, right in front of the helm, looks around and says, hello there. I wanted to introduce myself before this race began.
Hello.
I am Globnark, Admiral of the Glory of Avernus. I was told that you lot were responsible for the embarrassment of a certain upstart from the Nine Hells. I just wanted to
Yep.
say there's no hard feelings for embarrassing a lieutenant of the Hells, and let you know that although we are aware of the role that you played, you will not be receiving any special attention. May the best racer win.
I've rolled in sight.
Yeah. Yeah, he's full of crap.
He's full of shit. He's pissed that we beat up the lieutenant, isn't he?
You would not be surprised if the first opening salvos of this race were aimed from that ship are aimed at you. You would not be surprised.
Oh, now, do I know that during the speed gathering portion, are we able to interact with our ship at all? Just not fight with each other until the first leg of the race?
You are required to accelerate to a moderate speed and hold your relative position until you pass through the ring.
But if we wanted to go invisible.
Yeah. If you want to buff your ship or do any kind of magic or stuff like that, that is specifically what this part of the race is for.
Okay.
And there's technically rules against destroying other ships, right? Or like
No.
killing people.
Killing other people.
No.
Of destitute ships. Like just
Yes.
executing survivors.
Oh, okay. I see.
You are discouraged from executing survivors. If another ship is derelict and they bow out of the race, it is frowned upon to execute their crew. If you are actively participating in the race, you are fair game.
Right. Got it.
I mean,
So-
no on both. No trust the enemy.
I will tell my, colleagues. Avernus is not happy with us about our little stunt. That's a nice abuela. About a stunt we pulled killing that lieutenant of the Nine Hells.
Who?
Yeah, who was that?
Lenara, can you remind us who that was?
Douchebag that we kicked, whose ass we kicked.
Fee thinks through a list of people we've murdered and killed and gives you all a questioning
Fee
look.
did not. Yeah, Fee, you were not there. It was the first time we went to the casino.
Oh. Tell him he's not mad at me.
First time you
Reply
went
back
in the casino.
telepathically that he's gone. He's not here right now. He left. But during our speed gathering portion, we should prepare to be wary that. Have you ever heard the old proverb, know when you're the fox, know when you're the hare?
We're
Know
the
when you're the
turtle.
hunter, know when you're the prey. We are not the hunter at the start of this race, guys.
We're the turtle.
The turtle is never a hunter.
All right. So the minutes are counting down till the start of the race. Any last minute things you guys want to do?
Everyone, if you go to journal, there's a cheat sheet for your assigned role. Open that up and read through it if you haven't.
Yeah, in the information section, rules for operating an astral ship, there is a cheat sheet for you.
Was there anything for the first mate in that other than the one thing I saw, which was like telling people to brace?
There's a
there's-
bunch of stuff.
There's a bunch of stuff, but nothing for the first mate specifically.
Okay, that's what I thought.
All right. So you guys ready?
Way to find out.
Hmm.
The timer begins counting down. We're getting close to 2 minutes left to the start of the race.
And
What?
I guess look at the immediate surrounding ships.
Yeah. So go ahead and you can make a perception check, but never mind. You've had plenty of time to do this. I'll just give you information. The ships immediately surrounding you. Towards the center of the cluster of racers, in this position here, is a ship that you don't recognize. It doesn't appear to have anything special about it. It's a fairly sleek looking metal vessel that looks like it has a lot of engines on it. You don't notice a lot of guns. It looks like they just have one in the front. And the ship is actually probably about the same size as yours. In the position directly ahead of them is a ship that is somewhat similar, although it looks a lot more run down. That large gray slimy creature is ahead of them. You can just barely make it out because it's so big. Directly behind your ship, there is a very large vessel. It looks like it's pretty fast too, but it is obviously armed to the teeth. It has guns bristling all over it, and it has thick armor plating. It's probably slower than you would guess, but it looks a lot more like a warship than yours does. And there is a similar vessel made all of crystal that is directly in front of you. It's bigger than you. It looks like it's much more heavily armed than you are.
Bean's
Alright.
got a boom boom stick. How far away are they from each other, from us?
There are no ships within a mile of you. Everyone has been kind of evenly spaced in a large cylinder. And you're going to be accelerating directly ahead straight towards the ring and then through it. And then the next point after that is quite far away. Which is actually a good point, as there are 30 seconds left on the race. Who's the quartermaster?
Hello.
You want to make an intelligence or wisdom navigator's tools check to plot the course for the ship for the first leg. It's almost a straight shot, but
So is it just? I don't have navigator's tools. Is it just intelligence?
do you have the skill proficiency navigator's tools?
No.
Okay.
Did you barter skill for 250 gold already?
Yep. I bought astral vehicles, and I also have water vehicles. If that helps as well.
Okay. Well, in that case, this particular check is specifically a navigator's tools check. But it would be just wisdom or intelligence then, just an ability check. And for this, the DC is actually only going to be 10 because you're flying just through straight open space. But I want to see how good you do on it. Very nice. All right. So this is probably the first time that you've done anything like this. You access a particular subsection of the ship, probably at the helm. So Giro, you would see what he's doing with this. You pull up some of the ship's sensor data. You look at the layout of the ships and the relative positioning of them. You chart a course towards where you're heading, which is kind of through open astral sea. You notice that there are actually sections of it where there's fluctuating powerful currents in one way or another.
Okay.
And you also notice there's a couple long range, variables. You're not sure exactly what they are, but it looks like there are some things lingering on the edge of the course far out in the astral sea that might pose some kind of threat. So you plot a course to avoid most of those.
Okay.
So you are actually
Oh.
getting.
Cody just made a good point. I did a save, not intelligence check. Let me. How do I reroll that?
That's okay. No, that's fine. The 20 would stand. It would be minus your proficiency bonus, so it would just be a 23 instead of a 26, I think.
Correct. Yeah, because I have 3 proficiency on intelligence, or I have a +3 or whatever.
Yeah, we know what your proficiency bonus is. You don't have to reroll it.
Okay.
But yeah, the DC was only 10. This is mostly open space. So you plot a course through it, and you're confident that it's going to be a really good course to follow, as long as nobody tries to kill you on the way there. And it will avoid most of the hazards that you are concerned about.
Excellent. I communicate that to the captain, and give
I'm
him
here
the
with you. I'm
full.
here with you, buddy.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
get this going.
Alrighty. So the timer's counting down. Only 10 seconds left. Any spells you guys want to cast before the race officially kicks off, or are you going to wait until you get to the ring
Is
itself?
that okay? I was gonna say.
Are we getting up to speed right now?
It is almost time to begin accelerating. Yeah.
If it's the start of our 8-hour portion, I would cast non-detection on the ship.
Okay. You cast non-detection on the ship. In order to cast it on the ship, you're going to need to use what level is
It's a third level spell.
third level spell? You're going to need to use 3 points of power in order to cast that on the ship itself.
Oof.
But
That's okay.
this is before the ship actually needs to use power for anything significant, so it'll recharge that in 2 turns, no problem.
So
Oh, okay,
I will,
recharges. Okay.
and it's an 8-hour duration spell. I'll lose the third level spell slot. The ship is now undetectable by divination magic, which is helpful because that is potentially what some of our opponents will be using to see us.
Yes. All right. Timer counts down to 0. The race is beginning. The first ships begin accelerating slowly, some a lot more slowly than others, and all the ships begin slowly moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
I suggest as soon as we get to the ring, we veer off.
That is up to the helm. The
I'm
course,
saying, well, I'm to the captain.
Yeah.
Just be a mind.
the course laid in is probably going to be a little bit more evasive than not.
The course that Azuri
It's
gave
on
me?
brand.
Yes,
I'm
because
okay with I will follow Azuru's course. I picked him for it. I would stand by it.
yeah. So Azuru, I assumed a little bit there. What kind of course would you like to play in? You could be
No,
aggressive
you
and try and
assumed
get to the front.
correctly.
Yeah, I assumed
Fuck
Azuru would
that.
be defensive and evasive.
Yes. Yeah. I wanna try and, if possible, to like respect the party's wishes, right? Because I think Azur, while not down for this, still conscious that everyone else is going all in. Try and find a compromise between speed and safety. That would be the direction that I would go.
Okay, noted. All right, so it's time. You begin accelerating, seeing all the other ships also begin accelerating, but holding relative position to each other. Nobody gets too close. Nobody strays too far away.
Mm-hmm.
And as the racers begin moving forward, there is a group of racers that pass through the ring first. Most of them you see flares. You can't see the ship itself because it's so far away, 5 or 6 miles. But you see flares of arcane magic as they dart off in different directions. A few of them launch blasts of arcane energy streaking through the astral sea at each other. And a dogfight appears to erupt in a corner of the ring. And then a few more ships begin reaching the ring, and a few more. And soon it becomes just a mile to the edge of the ring, and about half of the ships have passed through it. You guys are going to pass through about the same time as the glory of Avernus.
Now, have we regained our 2 power points?
Yeah. This is probably 2 or 3 minutes that you guys have been accelerating toward the gate.
So what Yuru's plan is sort of at this point where we'd still be recharged fully by the time we go through the gate. Yuru's going to cast invisibility on the ship.
Okay. All right. So you're approaching the gate. Immediately
It's an
ahead of you
hour
through
of
the gate.
concentration.
Yes. Immediately ahead of you through the gate, you see the large ship in front of you that looks like a warship. It gets to the gate, and rather than accelerating through the gate, it immediately flips around, faces back towards the gate, and you can see it begins charging up its weapons to fire back at the ships emerging through the gate. The large Illithid craft passes through the gate and streaks forward, much faster than you thought it would be capable of, latches onto a smaller ship, and begins dismantling it with its tentacles. On the other side of the gate, the Glory of Avernus begins powering its way towards the opening.
Would casting Pass Without a Trace be too much if at the same time as the...
It wouldn't be. You would need to expend power for additional power to make both of those spells affect the ship itself. So for invisibility, that's going to be the spell slot for yourself, Giru, but also 2 points of power from the ship's reserves.
Well, yeah, and I distanced it so I'd get those 2 points back before we...
Yeah, before you pass through. All right, do you want to pass without a trace also?
Yes.
At this point, yes. Stealth is our best option in the early round.
Okay.
Yes.
So you cast Pass Without a Trace. If you want to make it affect the entire ship, you will need to expend 2 points of power.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that drops us
think
down
we're
to
good.
5 points of power.
All right.
In our power reserve, that's okay.
Okay.
Well, we'd be at 7 because we'd be just going through the gate, which means we
Yes.
just spent the 2. So we're at 7 out of 9 as we cross the gate, invisible, non-detectable, and passing without trace. Man, we really don't want to get fucked up by this battleship.
Not at least out the gate, literally.
I agree.
and
I listened to the wishes of us trying to like live this event.
and you discover why. So this other vessel on the flip side, the warship that's directly in front of the Glory of Avernus, it also spun around and began firing salvos of cannon shots and magic and spells at a lot of the other smaller, faster craft, catching a few of them. As the Glory of Avernus passes through the ring, it sails in such a way that it eclipses that other ship, and it attempts to move towards a more mid orientation. So it's going to attempt to move here. Its engines flaring, and you're going to get to see what this ship looks like, just firing all weapons.
From our invisible turtle.
Yep, from your invisible turtle. I need you guys, the helm specifically. I need you to roll a d12 for me. You're looking for not a 1.
Does that mean Giru?
I rerule ones? No.
That's a 12. That's a d12. This is not a d20 roll.
There's your 1.
All right. So unfortunately, this is still going to affect you. So this ship, the Glory of Avernus, as it pulls forward, unleashes an unimaginably huge barrage around it at all these different vessels. So you guys are going to see some ships start taking hits like this. You see one of these get fired off. And you're watching other ships get hit with these arcane cannon blasts and torpedoes that are scattering off of it, and some of them are bursting into flames. Some of them are careening off course. Some ships are firing back, but more of them look like they're just trying to get away from this ship. The one that is closest to you now in its space, you see it get hit by a torpedo, and it looks like the torpedo, as it explodes, something starts happening. Those of you who are in the lookout position, can you make perception checks for me? All right. So Celestria, using the tools that you have available from your lookout position, you focus on what's going on with that individual ship. The torpedo, as it hits, it seems to break apart and then animate and begin ripping open armor plates and crawling inside the ship.
Nice.
See blasts of fire from inside the ship. Also, the lookouts, you notice that one part of the ship is beginning to glow. A massive cannon swivels around and aims in your direction, and then 3 more follow suit. You are invisible, so you're going to have advantage on this, but I need Giru. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as the ship
With advantage.
with advantage. As a lot of turrets aim in the general direction of where your ship was and manage to pinpoint close enough as they're firing
Oh
flash
boy.
at you.
Dexterity saving throw. With guidance. Thank you, Nimsy. This is
Guidance actually will not help with this. It would be bless.
any of you have bless? I don't believe so.
I have a necklace of bless.
Did I drink
don't
a
know if I-
potion of heroism at this point?
No, this is in reaction to it. You would have needed to specify you're doing that
Yeah.
as you reach the gate, yeah.
All
Because
right,
this is happening
everyone.
quickly.
Also, I can't do bless and
That's not enough.
pass.
That is a failure.
Is it 18 is the saving throw?
Yep. So you see these things fire shells in your general direction, and you're like, okay, those probably aren't going to hit us directly. We can sail through them, and then they begin air bursting.
Gross.
Oh.
So we take 59 points of damage.
Yes, the hull takes 59 bludgeoning damage.
Can I shield that?
It was a dexterity save, so this is
Oh
air
fuck, you're right. Yeah.
going off, yeah. If it was a cannon shot, yeah, you could expend some ship's power to have the shield spell affect the ship. That is something you can do. All right.
Dexterity saving throws. Ugh.
So the
Ship is still going, but
yeah, the airburst goes off. You're hit, but you're still invisible. You're still passing without a trace. So you slip out of the area of this barrage, and the barrage doesn't track you. It looks like they just got lucky tracking your relative vector.
okay.
And you guys accelerate. So
Your Vector.
you guys are now passing into the melee. There are ships all over here who are accelerating forward, firing shots at each other. You're going to have to pass through relatively the space of this warship directly in front of you, which means we're going to need a stealth check from the ship.
Okay. Well,
You have advantage,
Advantage and plus 10.
so that's race. Yep.
and it's my stealth check. Okay. So then this plus 10, that is
29.
a 29.
All right. You sail relatively close to this warship as it's spraying cannon shots left and right, and there's magic bursting off of it in places. You can see the occasional spell being shot from this ship as well, as it's firing off blasts to connect with a lot of the other smaller ships that are trying to stream past it and accelerate into open space. It takes a salvo to the face from the Glory of Avernus as it is hovering there, losing speed. So it's going to switch positions with you. And you sail past it. You are much more now. And I need actually a couple other ships to make checks. Hang on a second.
I will also be mentally calling Azuru to the front to help me plot the safest and quickest course, because we don't want to be in this great melee. We want to be in small. If we are to fight, we want it to be skirmishes, little skirmishes.
Yep, I'm with you.
All right.
Yeah, glad
So-
we're on the same page.
The giant tentacle monster continues forward, actually catching up to a lot of the smaller ships. And you swear you see some of the smaller ships, it's just grabbing them with the tentacle and pulling them in and then moving along with them. Others, it's slapping with its tail and doing catastrophic amounts of damage. And actually, I need the Glory of Avernus. How fast are we going?
With full barrage? No way he's going
Yeah.
full speed still. Let me know when I get my power back, by the way.
All right. Now is when that's going to happen.
Okay.
So it is going to be the start of another round. And as you guys are invisible and passing without a trace, most of these ships don't seem to notice your presence as you guys zip off into astral space. This first leg is pretty long, but you guys very quickly distance yourselves from other participants. After about 5 minutes, you get an announcement from the ring itself that is just audio, and it says, "All racers have entered the course. Good luck."
Could we be, if I'm using this right, can we be managing power by
Yeah.
boosting the engines for 2 cost? So every time our power reserve hits 9, we can boost the engine for it down to 7 for it to hit 9. Like, is that something that we can do to help distance ourselves more from others?
It is. That will require something from the engineer too. If you look at the bottom line there, the engines suffer 10 points of damage per power expended. So you'll be taking 20 points of damage every time you boost it.
It's only
But
got
The
the
double.
engine has 200 health points. Can the engineer fix the engine?
Yes. The engineer can be making, in that case, it would be either athletics or arcana. It would be the damage control action.
Engineer, is this something you're on board with?
Your captain wants to redline the engines to get some speed.
I want to redline the engines to get speed, but also getting to Azuru to take into account the position of this thing as part of our course, aiming to avoid it.
Valera?
Valara.
Have we lost Valera?
He's probably
Maybe.
muted.
Probably. Well,
Well,
in
if
any case,
he's
that is
not,
something you have to decide. Yeah.
we take 20 points per boost. So at this point, because it's round 1, engines are full health. We'll have time to fix up our ship if it takes damage and stuff too. But yeah, we should take a round to boost and try and get further ahead. Especially from
Agreed.
Avernus, who fucking hates us. So let's go. So I've made the call.
We're
Engineer
going
will just
closer to the tentacle monster? Fee's excited.
not closer. We're taking into account, so it's more like we're going this way, not at the tentacle monster, right? If we're here, we're not like going like this or like this. Kind of like, new. Is how I envision that path being, but I'm honestly following Azuru's mapped course. Azuru's got pretty good fucking, self-preservation goals in mind, and
Preservation.
Yuru's currently on board with that.
All right. In that case, you will be making. So you're boosting the engines. You're going to be accelerating quite a lot. That will make you actually a little bit visible because you'll be leaving a trail of magic, essentially. But yes, you're going to be boosting like that. That's going to give you advantage on the check you're going to have to make for your relative position to the other racers to see how fast we're going.
Check.
It will be either intelligence, astral vessels, or dexterity, sleight of hand.
Oh, and I already have advantage at sleight of hand, but I am gonna go intelligence, astral vessels.
Okay.
Does
Could I have
guidance
drank
work
my
on
could I have
this one?
drank my bless potion before this? Although bless wouldn't help this, would it?
Bless.
It would. It would not.
It would?
It would not.
But it would not.
Okay.
What about the
Guidance.
guidance on this?
Will. That means Fee is going to have to be up there at the helm with you, casting this constantly.
At the moment, she's my first mate. I kind of do want her here, actually.
Yeah. So this part of the race, I will say, this is part 1 of 5 for this leg. Other things might happen, but this is a skill challenge to see how well you perform in this first section.
Yeah, so I would absolutely make sure I'd call Fee up to the helm. I've got a zero up there anyways, working away. Tech is probably cursing at the engine repairs I'm making them do already.
Yeah.
Oh, welcome back, Keck. I'm boosting the engine, so it took 20 points of damage.
Oh, excellent.
Can you
That's
fix
not
that?
including
Yeah, we need
all
you
the
to do
other
the
damage.
damage control.
Wait,
All right.
and we've taken almost 60 damage from a flat cannon, but that's our 700 total health.
Yes, to the hull.
Can we repair the hull or no?
You can with the damage control action.
That's
Yeah.
my 14 on my astral vessels.
However, that requires the engineer to go to the hull. So you might need to go outside for parts of it, which will mean you're not in the engine room.
Which at the moment is not our huge priority. We have the health. I have a 15 total on astral vessels with the guy. Is guidance a D4 Nimsy?
I think
It
so,
is.
yeah.
Okay, see, I got 15.
Who
on
made
that
him captain?
I don't know. We should have had it be Keck, honestly, with the dex saves.
Oh dear.
So he's captain. That doesn't mean he has to be the person at the helm.
Yeah, we
but-
can put Keck
True.
at the helm. That wasn't a deck save either. That was
Okay, relative
intelligence.
positioning.
I'm
So
just talking about Giru's rolls.
this craft in front of you, you catch up to him pretty quickly. He doesn't seem to notice you, but you're getting close to that vessel.
Would we be catching up to them like up in their spot or them in our spot?
No, because of the rolls that you guys did, you aren't moving forward in the pecking order. Ships are coming back to you.
Okay.
They end up there. This vessel moves forward. That vessel-
Aboleth's got meal. It doesn't need to come find us. Does Avernus fall back at least? Big fucking. That's what we're running from.
it doesn't.
Gross.
So it isn't headed in your general direction at the moment. It seems that it's moving forward. Actually, the warship behind you, it seems to have resolved the combat that it was in. Oh, never mind. That's -2. It begins burning your direction, so you don't outpace it.
Okay.
But you're getting dangerously close to another smaller vessel. So that is the first leg.
Okay.
And
And
ran
does Keck get to try and do a repair right now?
Yes.
Well, is it all hull damage or?
No,
did
there
we
was
deal with
engine
something?
and hull
There's
damage.
20 points of engine damage that
We're
I.
a few
yeah,
seconds
then
in
Keck-
and he's gone. For
Yeah, I think Keck's gonna do the engine repair.
All right, so you're doing damage control. That is your choice of athletics or arcana. And the DC is only 10 for this.
You got a
Gotta be
16.
Mhm. Wondering what the advantage was for, though. Do you have someone
No,
helping you?
I don't think I have any advantage. I would have had casted guidance on myself, so I would have had a D4 on it, I think. But other than that,
With DC 10, D4 is pretty.
yeah. So she would have casted a scroll guidance on herself. So I'll that's a D4, right? I'll roll it.
Yeah, well, that's a success then, because it wasn't that serious a damage. All right. It is important though before you make the check to tell me whether or not it's athletics or arcana, because they do different things.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
It would have been athletics though, because that's what you need for this. Athletics is physically repairing damage, and maybe bringing something back online with power if it's not online again anyway. Arcana is you can do it remotely, but it is essentially to bring things back online if there's something wrong with it magically. You can also use some power to restore hit points to it if you want, but a 11, if that was, was it athletics?
No,
You
that
go-
was Arcana. I can do the I can do the athletics if you want instead.
Yeah, you should roll the athletics instead. What a
Yeah.
waste of a 1. Okay, so a 19 athletics with the guidance, it doesn't matter. That will restore more than 20 hit points to the engines.
Engines are
Hooray.
back on board. Good. I might
So-
do it to you again.
You're keeping up with the damage that is being done in that regard. And
Someone rolled a nat 1 and it wasn't us.
all right, and for everybody else, most of them do horribly.
Yeah,
And
but you
fall
rolled so
back.
many low rolls.
Yeah. That ship actually performs quite well, so they swap positions, and he gets a broadside as he moves past. All right. So the first section, you guys are still dangerously close to a lot of people you don't want to be close to. You didn't make a ton of headway, but it doesn't look like anybody has pinpointed your position or noticed you. So for the next part, 2 out of 5.
Where's our are we staying on course or are we trying to move further to the south, go up?
I mean, I think we stay on course.
On course?
Avoiding the ship in front of us, obviously.
Yeah, not trying to run through this guy.
Yeah, that is not super difficult. He's not trying to get near you. He just happens to be headed the same general direction that you are.
Okay, I don't think
No,
we
we're
want to
there,
do.
right?
Do we want to do another boost? I'm kind of against, especially if it compromises our like hiding strategy.
Fee thinks we should stay invisible and let Keck spend a turn going out to repair the edge of the ship that's all brokey because somebody rolled a 1.
I didn't roll a 1. I
On
can't roll
on the
a 1.
D12.
You
but-
Oh,
rolled
the
a 1 on
D12.
D12.
Yes.
Is Cat going to be able to do that while the ship's moving?
Yes, you theoretically could. You're going to be outside the ship, so if things come flying at you, you might get hit directly. But
I will point out the ship's not that hurt, guys.
Yeah, but it's probably going to be easier to repair earlier than it will be later, is my thinking. But you do whatever you'd like.
maybe so.
We get-
Action economy.
We get 1 action per like part or whatever, leg 2 of 5 or whatever, 1 of 5, 2 of 5, right?
As long as something else doesn't happen, yes.
Okay. Well, I can go repair the hull if we want to next turn. There's nothing else going on yet, so we can see what happens
Yeah, we can avoid boosting and have you go fix the hull. We can do that.
if we want. It doesn't matter right now because you're right. We got a lot of health, and then we need to get away from some people too. We need to boost
Yeah.
a little bit.
I think
Oh, Captain, my captain.
I would suggest boosting. Like get away from people first, and then we can when
Let's
we have
try
a
our
little bit more
best.
breathing room.
So we
Like
got
a
another
repair.
one of those one of those decks. Not decks. I got another boost going in, so that's 20 more damage to the core to the engine, Valira.
All right, that will give you advantage on the sleight of hand or intelligence astro vehicles, or yes, I think that's what it is, to pilot the vessel.
Yeah. And I get my D4 from Nimsy for the guidance.
Yep.
As Nimsy's like, I think we should let Valira fix it, but Valira's going to fix the other thing right now.
All right.
That is a 21 plus a D4. That is a 25.
Oh, that's better.
All right. So you guys dart away.
Nimsy's like, come on, Giru. He's out. Fine. Get your head in the game.
Sleight of hand advantage. We need to boost it.
All right. Actually, so you do pull ahead, but you're actually going to stay relative to that guy in still close quarters. You do pull ahead of him. 19, which means he moves back here. It's awful and moves back there. All right. I'm going to need a stealth check from the captain, or the helm, excuse me, but it's the captain.
With advantage and plus 10.
Yes. And
27.
Pass the other traces up. 27. Oh boy.
Someone's seen us.
Well, you don't know what these checks are for, but they stay where they are. And he
One's going
falls
really
back,
fast.
Actually, he falls back. So 2 warships fall behind you, and you begin seeing a light fight going on back there. And this is the part you're not gonna like. The Glory of Avernus moves into your general space.
Does it see us, it looks like?
Well, you're not sure. It's burning in your direction almost straight, but it doesn't begin immediately bombarding you with direct fire. It is instead going to begin sweeping the area around it with cannon fire. So I need you to make another D12 roll. You're looking for not a 1 or a 2.
Oh my god, Giru!
Guys, I don't fucking control it.
All right. So it is blind firing artillery barrages, but that is another artillery barrage in your guys' direction.
Okay,
Because
what is
it's
the
in our
chances
area.
that?
Can it hit itself instead?
It is not that close. It's within a mile of you. It's not within 30 feet.
All right.
If you want to use a point of ship's power, you can have the barrage hit the other vessel, but if you do that, I think that will drop invisibility. That would be using
It's
reaction
within
for
30 feet?
or something. It is
Not.
not. No, it's within a
Oh.
mile. It's freaking huge. So within a mile it's getting terrifyingly big real quick. But so dexterity save from the helm unless you plan on doing something, and you do have advantage. You are invisible. They
Yeah,
can't.
but the dex saves are rough unless I don't really want to lose the invisibility.
You don't need to make it though, right? What was
The helm
rule?
has to make it.
Oh,
the
The
dex
helm
save.
has to. So unless we put someone else in the helm, but we have no one else who goes well in the engineer's bay, that's the issue. All right, the dexterity saving throw with advantage. Okay. We have a considerable amount of hit points, but I don't really want to test them too hard. Oh baby.
Go.
Ooh.
You spiral out of the direction as this shot
And
bursting around you. That would have been real bad if Keck was on the outside.
yeah, it would have been
Yeah,
real bad.
Keck
Is Keck able to like walk up to the helm and do that and take an action to repair if she needs to? Like, how would that work?
If you want Keck to run up and take over the helm, you won't. Your action will be piloting the ship. You won't be able to then run back and do other stuff.
Understood. All right. Well, I guess for this one, we'll probably just repair the engine again, right? Yeah. And then
Yeah.
she's proficient in Magitech, so that's where the advantage would come from, right?
That wouldn't give you advantage. That would actually just make it so that you can over succeed.
Add
But
proficiency.
yeah, you need to be. It adds your proficiency bonus.
So athletics again, or
Yeah.
Athletics or Arcana, yeah. Wow, they roll pretty well. They'll stay where they are.
Well, we'll have to do the athletics then because we're trying to restore hit points. So
Yes.
let's do
There
it.
you go. That's what you needed, and that will restore it to full hit points. No net hit point loss as you're keeping up with the strain that you're putting on the engines by all of this. The Glory of Avernus lights up that other ship next to you. That's in space, just blasting it with arcane cannons and torpedoes. And you watch as parts of that ship just begin breaking off as it's desperately trying to avoid what's going on here, unsuccessfully. All right. Move on to the third part of this leg of the race.
oh my god, guys, we gotta get away from this fucking big ass boat.
And this is when something you're not going to like is going to happen. You're going to get
Part
your
of this
first
have I
taste
liked?
of arcane warfare as the Glory of Avernus emits a pulse of dispel magic.
Ah.
Can I emit a pulse of counterspell?
Yes, technically. So what's going to happen here is you're making a contested ability check against the person who is initiating this dispel magic to attempt to prevent their effect from hitting your ship.
Question: can one of my spotters do it?
Yes, one of your spotters could try this.
I'll do it. What do I need to roll?
It will be as if you had cast counterspell. So it will be your intelligence check. And I will say, before you make the roll, something that your ship is able to do, you can spend a point of power to
Part of the arcane
boost your
field?
roll by 5.
Oh,
Let's boost
do
your
that.
roll.
Yeah.
We'll spend a power, so we're at 6 power to this turn.
Okay, you said intelligence check, so
Yes.
Oh
Plus
baby.
So
23.
plus 23. Very good. And their check to try and break yours. There's no way they're going to make that. They actually do spend significant power to boost that, but it's only a 21. So the pulse of
Ooh.
dispel magic washes out. And Azuru, you're not used to doing this kind of thing, but you see this wave of arcane magic coming
You're like,
towards
oh fuck no.
and you just cut a little hole through it, and the ship isn't horribly affected by it. It kind of flickers your invisibility for just a second as it washes past you, but you're confident that they didn't notice what you did, and they didn't break your invisibility.
Does that expend a level 3 spell slot for me?
Yes.
Yes, chef.
Thank you, Azuru. Gira will look at you. We cannot afford at this point to get caught. That thing is not happy with us.
Yeah, you could have done that straight from the helm, just using ship's power, but if you're using your own spell slots for it, that changes things. All right. So that effect passes by. It is now time for you guys to make another piloting check.
Okay, so we're up to
Intelligence,
Eight.
astral vehicles, or sleight of hand. Yep.
Do we want to boost again for advantage? It hasn't been getting us very far.
I feel like it's better than not though. Like
Do
what
you
else?
have advantage?
Otherwise,
Or do you want to let Keck run it really quick and see if that does anything? Because if we don't damage the engine and she drives it instead,
I would agree. Do we take half damage or do we take no damage because the net 20?
On the deck save,
Yeah, on
it
the
would have been
barrage.
it would have been half damage.
Okay, so we did take another 30 points. Okay.
29, round down.
I mean, okay.
Roll
Okay,
59
yeah.
Twice.
Let's get Keck up here to try and get us out of this.
all right. What is
And
she
you rolled
rolling?
59 twice.
Sleight of hand or intelligence, astral vessels.
All right.
You could always have me do it as well, not to steal the thunder from Valeria.
That
But I'm
is-
proficient in both astral vessels and intelligence.
These are a bunch of the other racers rolling. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I
was-
may
and it
hand
was-
it off to you.
And it was sleight of hand and what else?
Intelligence, astral vessels.
And what's your intelligence mod?
3, and I'm proficient in astral vessels.
So that's 6 total is his mod to the intelligence, and your dex mod with sleight of hand. I don't know if you have expertise.
She does.
It's a lot if I remember.
She's a +9 in
Plus
sleight
8.
of hand.
Hell
I was gonna
yeah,
say
go
plus
for
8
it then,
for-
brother.
Come on,
I think
Jack.
the only disadvantage by doing it this way is that you wouldn't be able to do any repairs this turn no matter what, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're,
We
yep.
don't need
So
it.
we're
We didn't
basically trading.
boost.
Well, right, but he could repair the hull. So basically, the trade-off is +3 on the roll versus whole HP.
I'll be +3 plus a D4 as well because of guidance. So
Yeah, I'd get Nimsy to put guidance on him. So
Alright, go
she
for
has
it, King.
she has guidance on her.
I will
Roll it
also
out, brother. Roll it out. Sorry, go
point
ahead.
out there is a captain action you can take if you're not helming the ship.
yeah, I'm gonna take it.
So before you make the roll, Keck, Giru, you're making a persuasion or intimidation, and the target number is Keck's intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, whichever's higher.
I will go persuasion.
You're gonna try and persuade Keck to do something. Good
To
luck.
just do better.
This is
Yeah,
That's
at a
not with
pep talk,
advantage, sorry, but that's 26.
that
That's
does really well.
19.
that is a success. You can either give everyone on the ship temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier, or you can give Keck advantage on the check they're about to make.
With +9 as a modifier too. I'm gonna give Keck advantage. We gotta get the fuck out of Dodge.
All right, here we go.
Double once. Double once.
Oh, crap.
I hit it.
We don't see it. Did you send it to GM only?
No.
No, it's
Doesn't
just
Might
roll
be
20.
lagging.
Roll 20 is having some issues.
We got all hyped and that Valeria's roll 20 won't work. It's like, fuck your moment.
Oh
Fuck
wow.
your moment.
2 natural D20s, but well,
Okay.
plus
so
your
the total on
D4,
the sleight
plus
of
your
hand.
D4.
No, he did it. It came through. It's a 20. It's a 4. So that's a total of a 26. So that is definitely you're going to pull ahead of them.
The Vernus we're trying to get away from.
Yeah, you definitely do. In fact, you pull ahead pretty far.
Hell yeah,
so
nicely done.
let me relative to you
Fools think we're still there.
back. They
Okay.
move up. They move up.
Had to reset.
Once we clear Avernus, we can focus on repairing the ship more.
Oh,
Nice.
Yo, 2D zeros? They rolled zeros every time. Okay, that wasn't much better, Java. That was a 3.
But I
All
tell you
right.
what, he rolled max on those D0s.
It's the
I did?
needle ship. Look at that. You can see it. I think that's a needle
yeah.
ship. Or is that the sword? Is that a
That's
sword?
the Queen's. That's
I
the
think it's a sword.
Queen's.
Queen's Glade.
Queen's
Blade.
Blade. That is a bunch of tech pirates, but not pirates like kind. They may be friends. They're probably not friends, but they're definitely not as much enemies as Avernus.
All
That's
right.
one thing I can promise.
I think
us.
they're friends until you get in their way.
Since the lines have shifted like that.
So. What did the Arcana checks do for us? on repairing the ship, because athletics heals the points. Is Arcana just to bring systems back online?
Yes. If there's some sort of effect that disables one of your systems, Arcana will bring it back online. Arcana can also repair things remotely. If you expend a point of power, you can give 10 hit points back.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're moving into the fourth part
Ah,
of 5.
The fourth part of 5, I think
well,
Giru would
oops.
recommend that Keck keeps driving.
V has a question.
Yes.
So we can shoot spells out of the cannon. Does that increase the range at which they can go to?
Yes.
By how much?
1 point of power will mean it can hit anybody that is in your circle with you, essentially. 2 points of power will make it so that it can hit anybody in one of the circles around you. And 3 points of power means you can basically hit anybody that you can detect.
Okay,
so
what if it wasn't for an attack? What if I casted hallucinatory terrain to make it look like our ship was on the other side of the tentacle monster? Can I do that?
Hallucinatory terrain. Well, no,
Two
that would be
levels.
major image.
Oh, okay.
There's a spell that does what you want to do, and it's a different spell.
Okay, never mind. A good idea.
I think the range would be 2 points.
Yes, it would be.
Now, Keck, are you good to keep driving up there?
Keck's good if you're good.
All right. Fee, keep helping out. Keep him on course. Zuru, you as well. Can I remotely do the Arcana check to start repairing the hull?
Yeah, if you want to go down to the ship's core and begin working on that, you can, yes. You'll be making it a disadvantage because you're doing it remotely, but you can still make the checks.
Do it with disadvantage. Okay. That's only for 10 HP. Or I can use my action to try and give Keck advantage again. No, I think I'm better spent giving Keck advantage. So I'll roll my persuasion again.
Okie dokie. Then in that case,
24. Keck,
Was it
you get
success?
advantage again on your sleight of hand.
you wouldn't think backseat driving is
Yeah.
going to be helpful, but
You're just sitting over here going fucking like, it's the version of this, and every time Keck does like a badass move, Winnie! It's the Valyrus scream.
Oh, Winnie! I'm okay with it.
Every
All
time
right.
Keck's getting hyped.
Sleight of hand with advantage. Let's see
sleight of
this.
hand with advantage.
And a D4. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh
And a
my
D4.
god.
I like how Jawa's D10 didn't.
Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work, but it didn't. All right. So relative to you, they fall back. He's gonna stay where he is. He stays where he is, and they're far enough back that it doesn't matter.
You guys start to hear Keck go pew 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 pew.
Back. That guy gets eliminated.
He's gonna mimic her.
Brum, 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 brum.
Also, Keck I've just realized Giru and Keck are the same size as like fucking like Rocket Raccoon and any of the other Guardians. Like I could be in your lap directing you for all you care.
Dear
I'm
Lord.
not, but
Keck would definitely be weird.
Keck would be weird right now driving a spaceship.
Yeah, she doesn't know what the fuck's going on, but she's having fun.
Well, what's going on is that you are racing through astral space, swooping over purple clouds of haze that are firing past. Occasionally, you see a stray arcane shot just sailing through astral space around you, but this part of the race is thinning out. There are vessels you can see behind you that are exploding in showers of magic. The glory of Avernus obliterates the vessel that got caught with it. Begins
Last turn.
directing shots over at the Illithid craft, which drifts away from it, not towards it. There's a actually pretty pitched battle that's happening now in the middle of the lane. And you see a thin beam of light fire out from one of the other ships that you can just barely make out and lance through another racer. And then that racer begins glowing slightly, outlined, even at this distance.
I got
Beyond
very
it,
tired.
even further beyond it, there's another
Guiding bolt.
battle happening out there. But you guys are now more or less alone in the space that you occupy. There's no one within close range of you. So for part 5 of 5 of this beginning sprint, we're gonna do it again.
All right. I think we just keep
again.
working on getting space.
Yep.
I think
gonna
that's
keep
probably good.
trying to get
All right.
distance.
I'm gonna try and talk you up again, Keck. Hopefully my voice doesn't crack. Oh, it doesn't.
Oh,
Fucking Gear's real job was
What's-
talking, not doing.
right. Apparently.
All right. Have
Fucking
advantage.
management.
Nice.
Plus your D4.
22.
I'm not seeing Valera's D4s.
Yeah, me neither.
He's rolling it to me, but
Oh, good.
Only to Java for some reason.
all right. Relative to you guys, they don't fall behind.
None of them?
This guy falls back. That guy stays where he is. Well, we're doing the Glory of Avernus and the other ones separately because they've got negative modifiers. I'm not going to fall back that far. Glory of Avernus is no longer on your scope.
All right. Well, we outran the fucking battleship, which we desperately needed.
Ooh, and they didn't do very well either. 17, they're actually going to fall back.
Plus 10.
All right. Yeah, they're pretty speedy.
That's hilarious, except for Valera's +9 plus D4 plus advantage, which averages out to +3.
It's working out.
It's working out for us at the moment. Everyone's standing in the helms, going, "Yeah, Valera, yeah, Keck, yeah."
All right. Congratulations on living through the first part of the first section of this race. You are now racing through astral space, mostly avoiding things that you don't want to pass too close to. Because of the success that you rolled on the navigation check, you avoid most of the hazards. There's been no D6s rolled so far, but now is the first time. I need the captain to roll a D6 for me.
How much
Oh
time has
god,
passed?
this is Giru on D6s.
Oh no.
Oh!
D5, very nice. All right, so you see a massive shape moving through part of the astral sea, but you're not close to it. You skirt around it.
Dreadnought?
You don't get. You want to get closer to tell what it is?
No, no.
He's in the inspection helm. You know, I'm totally fine with
could.
giving him some power to identify it.
Yeah. If you want to spend a point of power, it is at long range, but you could identify it if you want to try.
Would you like to identify it for a point of power? We got the power.
We should say, oh my god, Fee.
I'm
should-
not giving a point of power for that.
We should do rooted friends.
That's a terrible idea in Giru's mind. Yeti,
To
love
identify,
That's
mean like
hilarious.
perception or
Perception.
I can do it.
Just to find out what it is. How do those power points replenish again?
I get 2 every turn.
Yes.
Okay.
You get 2 back every turn,
I've
and
been
the engineer
expending
can
them.
boost it. How many you get?
Okay.
Yeah, so I've been expending them rather carefully, although I'm gonna get one of us to go down there eventually and start using them, using 1 a turn to gain 10 hit points back on the hull remotely. Especially when we're in places like the asteroid field.
All right.
Actually, you're gonna be driving through the asteroid field. I'm not fucking kidding. You may be driving more and more of this, actually, Keck. Now that we've figured out a bit of a plan.
Kind of seems that way.
Now, as long as you don't
Azuru,
take tons of damage.
Azuru could drive too.
Azuru can also drive, especially if we need you in the hull or in the power room. Azuru definitely a good driver.
Ye-
I'm just using my Giru knowledge, expect that some checks are going to be intelligence piloting checks. Some checks might just be forced dex checks.
Yeah, the int checks are going to be the problem.
All right. Celestia, were you gonna make a perception check?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, yep. The left side of your vessel, you see moving through the mists, heading in the direction of all of the commotion of the different ships fighting, a very, very long creature with
Yup.
massive crab-like claws and
Oh,
That's
good.
Dreadnought.
That's a
giant eye.
dreadnought.
Yep, that is a dreadnought.
Giru literally hears Celestia go, "That's a dreadnought,"
What's a
like
dreadnought?
telepathically, and I'm like, and I pass that on. I'm like, Celestia has identified a dreadnought at this location. Ba 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 ba.
I read it in a
Um,
book.
And
Yeah.
Keck will be like, "That's a whole cup of nope, Roger."
Yeah.
And I will
So-
look at Azuru and I look at Keck and I look at Fee. Yes, that is a whole cup of nope.
So, because of the position that you're in, and you made that perception check, there's a couple things that the ship sensors would actually give to you about this creature. It is resistant to bludgeoning and piercing and slashing damage from non-magical attacks. It is immune to a lot of conditions, including charmed and frightened. And it
But
has
no charm monster.
approximately 300 hit points. It's moving at 80 feet around, so approximately the same speed as you guys. And it appears to have an anti-magic cone emitting from its forehead.
Fantastic.
It is also not headed in your general direction. But, as someone asked, this is about the 1 hour mark. So this is when invisibility and passive theft traits
no.
are going to begin wearing off. And something that I realized I didn't say, and I should have said, and I should have written into the rules, if you are going to cast a concentration spell on the ship itself, the power that you expend is going to need to be per round power.
Okay.
So
We
it
can
will
do that.
essentially you'll have to spend that power over and over and over again.
We would have, we still would have been able to do everything. I
Yeah.
never dropped us below 5.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say anything until now, because it's like you guys, you
But
had
thank you.
enough juice for that.
All right, yeah, we can definitely do that. What about my just consistent 8-hour no concentration? Is that just
Yeah,
up at this point?
that's fine. That's just up.
Okay.
But yeah, concentration spells are going to require a constant drain of power.
He is gonna get us killed.
Giru will telepathically tell the crew Fee thinks we should make friends with the crabby monster.
You'll hear a very
But-
adamant no.
No, but
from
you
that.
hear it in the voice of this is why you made this choice. Just Like- Fee has decided that we should, should she choose, we should go make friends with the giant crab monster. I tell Fee that with that scroll that a bunch of us have, she can come back out here whenever she wants after the race. Otherwise, no one will take care of the flowers.
The flowers must be taken care of.
True. We will let it go. For the sake of the flowers.
For the sake of the flower. I mean, hey, Giru's learned if you want Fee to care about something, you gotta make her put something risky at stake, like flowers or a hamster.
Flowers.
or
Yep.
something.
All right. So we approach the next section of the open space of the Astral Sea as all of the ships begin drifting apart from each other, trying to avoid combat or pursuing a specific target. The slower ships are beginning to pull back a little bit, although you can still see the Pride of Avernus back there lobbing long-range shots at other ships, and sometimes there's more than just a flash of a hit. Some ships are still being destroyed by that behemoth behind you.
But it's clearly now in let's fuck up everything mode, not let's find the invisible bastard.
They made their chance to find the invisible bastard, and it looks like they are accepting failure in that regard. Azuru, the part ahead of you that is this part of the Astral Sea, this is going to be much thicker with these hazes and clouds that move through here, which is why the Astral Dreadnought was able to get as close as it has. And you're going to need to be making perception checks to avoid hazards from the lookouts. This is more of a avoid obstacles and hazards section.
Can Azuru do that from the helm, or not the helm, but from the front cabin where you can see out of? Or do we have to send him to a lookout?
Being in a lookout position will give you advantages in that regard, but you will be able to expend power to get longer range vision and have detect magic essentially up while you're doing it.
I think that would be a good investment of our power.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, Azuru, it's been a pleasure. Let me know if any courses change, obviously. I'm going to send you to go hang out in one of our spotting nests.
All right. So here's a question. Are you going to re-up invisibility and pass without a trace? And or either
We're
one.
good.
I will say there isn't really anyone within... There is one ship that is within a mile of you. Or within 1 to 5 miles of you.
My only statement is maybe the pass without trace is really good. The invisibility is also nice. What's the next portion of the race that we knew that we were going into? This is still the high combat zone, right?
No,
You
we're-
have moved out
Sorry,
of the
go ahead.
high combat zone for the
Yeah, we're
most
in
part.
open space now, he said.
Well, I'm remembering the turtle when the turtle was describing it to us. Phase 1 is a dash across open space
Yes, you're
into
still in
it.
that section.
In that, stage 2 is an asteroid event, and stage 3, Yeti has bad memory, and I'm sorry.
Near Hell. That is a place in the Astral Sea where you're going to pass near Avernus, actually.
Yes.
Ah.
You know, at this point in the dash, especially if we have to keep concentration power up to do that, I don't think we should.
I also don't think we should. We could use the power a lot of other ways.
Yeah, we can use the power a lot in other ways. So I think what we'll do instead... Hey, we're up to 9 power this turn. Nice. Is we'll send Azuru down to the south, or down to one of the ports, to begin scouting us a course with advantage, giving him power, 1 per turn, to help fix that. And then with our other free power a turn, it's not free, but it's what we're paying for with our 2 a turn.
Mm-hmm.
I think Giru will go down to the
ship's core and begin remote
ship's
repairing.
core and begin remote repairing with Arcana checks. The hull.
Okay.
Telling Tech to follow Azuru's courses.
Then go ahead and give me 3 Arcana checks.
Advantage, disadvantage, normal.
They would be disadvantaged because you're doing it remotely.
Okay.
Meanwhile, as you guys begin...
That nat ones are going to be a reroll.
Yep.
And then here's the reroll on that nat one.
Okay, so there's 2 successes. You can recover 20 hit points on the hull.
Okay. Hey, it's a chunk.
Yep. Hit points is hit points. All right.
Math.
So,
Oh,
Math.
sorry, I didn't mean to hit the helm.
as you begin moving into this more obscure
use it to
part of
remove
the
it.
course, from the lookouts, I'm going to want perception checks. They would normally be at disadvantage because this is a very heavily obscured part of the course.
Normally, so it is now. say-
Yes. Would be at you're going to be at disadvantage. This is very large patches of this area are effectively heavily obscured, which is going to reduce your vision, and you're keeping an eye out for problems. 18
Lenari.
3.
Azuru's up there as well in one of them, right?
Yeah, Azura can make one of these checks too if he wants to.
He can't hurt us by making a check.
No. All right, so
I
you're all.
thought. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to narrate a little bit.
Oh, I was gonna. Did I need to make the perception advantage checks at any point? When is that happening? I just didn't know if I missed it.
Nope, you didn't miss it. You're
Okay.
right on task. You guys are keeping your eyes peeled for threats and possible dangers in here. Lenari, you spot several floating chunks of what look like a building that are just lazily drifting through astral space. The ship's course was going to take it not close to it, but within, a few thousand feet. But you spot some sort of creatures moving across the surface from them, of those buildings, and you divert further away from them. Celestria, you spot very far ahead of you, like a couple miles ahead of you as you guys are sailing through here. There is some sort of net or pattern of silver wires across a section of space. And when you point it out, looking at it with the ship's sensors, you can detect a faint amount of magic from it. It looks like there's some sort of grid of metal that's just been left out here in astral space. And it is faintly magical.
Definitely communicate. How big is it?
It's not very thick, but it's huge. It's a couple miles across at least.
Yes, I will communicate that.
Check, new target to avoid.
All right.
Oh,
So you
man.
divert around it, avoiding that.
Mhm.
All right. Now, for how fast you guys are going to be able to traverse this section of the race, I need another sleight of hand or astral vessels from Keck. And this time without advantage.
But yes, you're D4.
But yes, you're D4.
It doesn't need advantage.
29. Damn.
Let's go.
Smoked everybody on the course with that.
Yep.
Monster friend.
Can't believe you
No,
don't have to
man.
be good at.
Monster
Sirius'
barely able to
entire
do it.
plan was not to be good at piloting, but to be able to expend his luck bullshit. It's just way easier to have a good pilot right now.
Off the course.
If we ever get stuck in combat with something, it's like, oh, maybe we'll do a swap out. But even then, I kind of just want a good pilot to get us the fuck out of Dodge.
You guys still hear Keck?
Oh god, I have constant telepathy on too, and I'm not sharing that with the party. That's my exclusive treat.
Right.
I know Keck's doing it out loud. She's having fun.
Oh, so Fee can also hear because Fee's just standing there.
Well, Fee joined in, I think.
All right.
Point-
Helm.
Clarification.
I need you to make a
Is the
stealth check.
helm and captain's chair different things?
Nope.
Okay.
The helm and captain are different things.
Yes, you can.
Valeria's got stealth.
So if I have boots of elven kind, will that count for the ship?
No. Magic items
Damn.
aren't going to benefit the ship, so you don't have advantage on it, but you do.
Unless you
still
put
have
them in the.
expertise.
We have a
Power
sneaky
source?
ship. Jesus.
If a turtle wore shoes, how would it wear them?
All right. So
On
here's
its feet?
something you guys are not gonna like. So Keck, as you're
Doesn't he get
moving around these
D4 in
different
this or no?
Oh, yeah, D4.
no, she's casting guidance constantly on the piloting checks. This is more of a circumstantial sort of thing. This
Good
is
luck,
happening
Keck.
simultaneously. As you guys are drifting through astral space, Keck, you're zooming in and out around things. You're having maybe a bit too much fun, and you zip past something out here in astral space on the wrong side of it. The lookouts will probably say, no, Keck, we wanted to go on the other side of it, and you zip out around past it and into open space, clearly visible, the dreadnought looking in your direction.
Oh, good.
Friend.
You see its body twist and turn towards your ship, its mouth opens slightly, and it begins accelerating in your direction.
Yeah, we're gonna run away.
Yeah,
we
you
ink?
are.
Fee has darkness. Inky darkness.
Unfortunately, that is not the only thing that goes wrong.
Oh no.
Are there any PowerPoints I can expend?
All right. So from behind, a lance of energy blasts out towards the ship. That is going to hit you because I think a 25 definitely hits you guys.
But it's a hit.
It
Oh, I'm
is
not
a
And
hit.
that.
Can I expend a scroll of shield?
I can just shield.
Ow.
One of us can just
You're gonna need
shield.
someone else to shield, yeah, because you took your action to pilot the ship.
But
I'll
if-
shield.
But the ship's AC is only 20. So even with shield, it hits 25.
Oh, that's a good point.
My
That is
question
true.
is, can I silvery barbs?
Are you on a lookout position?
I am not.
Then you cannot.
Okay.
This
Lenari
is happening
is.
at long range. So even if you're going to cast a spell to protect yourselves from this, you're going to need to spend 2 points of power.
We
Three
have the
to
power to
hit the
do
other
it.
ship. Wait, no,
Well-
3 points of power. Excuse me.
Well, I'm going to use a luck point to have them re-roll that.
Unfortunately, you would need to be at the helm yourself to do that.
Oh, I have to be at the helm for luck. Oh,
That's why Giru was up there at the start.
that's okay.
But you
It-
are in the lookout
if-
with silvery barbs, right?
I
Yeah,
don't
you can-
have silvery barbs.
No.
Oh.
Oh,
So the helm
That's
can't
where
use
I would have used it. Trust me.
the helm can't use silvery barbs either.
do you have silvery barbs prepared?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, he
I
won it in a fucking
gambling,
thing.
dude.
Or you want to fight? If you want to spend 3 points of power as the helm, yes, you can do that.
So I guess that's up to the
Now-
captain.
Do you have time to ask?
Yeah. I'm in the engine. We'll drop our power reserves down to 4. I'll have
Alright.
to
So
spend
we're-
some turns recovering. Rolls even higher.
Yeah.
But the
Second
damage
attack
is lower.
No, we're
But
gonna
we
use
take the
first
damage.
roll.
Ah, okay.
Sorry, but yeah. All right. So you throw a spell back at it. It seems to cause the beam to lose focus for a second, but it quickly refocuses on your ship. The hull is going to take 71 points of radiant damage, and the ship becomes outlined with fairy fire.
I'll mark the damage.
He can
I'll
cast a
dispel
spell.
magic, the fairy fire.
Okay. Yeah, it's just normal fairy fire, so you are able to dismiss that with dispel magic. No problem.
Easy peasy.
That's an excellent dismiss time. So
Wait, sorry, Fee, were you gonna do that?
No, by all means, go ahead.
Do you have counterspell?
No, I just have spell
No,
magic.
not as a druid.
Go
think
for
that
it,
was a
my
spell.
homie.
What?
Feel
He
free
wants to save his
yeah, I
spell
want to save
slots
the
for
counter
counterspell, so I'm gonna be the one to cast dispel magic, but it's the same. I'm just using my
Yeah,
spell
yeah.
slot instead of him.
Excellent.
Yes.
All right.
Resource management.
Big true. All right, let's
So-
get the fuck away from this thing.
Yes, that is what we're doing next. So, those of you in the lookouts, I'm going to do perception checks from you guys again to see if you can help the helm navigate through these hazards that you have
Disadvantage
applied
still?
through. Yes, disadvantage still. 15, 10, 5. All right. Lenari, as you are, all 3 of you are keeping an eye out. I imagine 2 of you are looking back at the Astral Dreadnought, sweat rolling down your faces. But Lenari, as you're keeping an eye out forward, trying to peer through this haze, you catch a flicker of another vessel moving in your space or near to it. But you don't know who they are. You just catch a glimpse of them. They appear to be hiding.
Are we, like,
I
getting
was
the information?
hiding.
Okay. It's known
So-
information.
You
So we just
detect-
need to. I
Go ahead.
was gonna say we just need to outrun them.
Well, if we can scuttle them, not even scuttle. If we just damage them, the dreadnought will pick up on it, right?
No, the dreadnought just wants to eat something, and we're the closest thing.
You don't have
so
to be faster
let's-
than the thing. You
let's-
just have to be faster
let's-
than.
Let's not be the
Yeah.
closest. Let's not be the closest thing to the dreadnought and see what happens first. I think we'll be okay after that.
I
All right.
agree.
Zoom out of here.
So, give me a sleight of hand check, just a straight sleight of hand check on the helm.
With guidance, right?
Can I give advantage to this as my captain action?
Yeah, you want to stop your repairs and move up, and yeah.
At
you
the
wanna do
moment,
that,
yeah,
great.
because we can't spend the more power. I want to get more power back.
Oh,
Alrighty.
And a D4.
How well do they do?
27.
You do 27, they do 24, so they fall to the other side of you as you zoom past. They do rocket out of their hiding place and begin firing at you, however.
We can fire back at them with our turn, though.
Yes, you can. And that is actually going to would put us into combat, but how about we take a 5-minute break? If you guys
Okay.
want, before we roll initiative.
I think we just did.
Can you tell us what
Go
they
ahead.
look like first?
So this vessel, as they erupt out of their hiding place, it is a rather dilapidated looking metal and wood construction. It actually looks a lot more like a ship, like an airship, that's just been retrofitted with a metal decking over the top of what would be the deck of the sailing ship. It's got sails jutting out from it at weird positions, and some of those sails are flaring with arcane power. And it looks like they have banks of arcane cannons, probably more than you do. But the ship is also bristling with what look like ballistas with harpoons mounted on them.
Cool. All right.
All right.
Just wanted
Gears
to
starting to formulate a
plans.
battle plan.
Yeah.
There's lots to move around.
I think if we stop and fight, we're probably fucked, right?
Well, we don't have to stop and fight.
Oh.
We will until we pull away from them. If we move the same speed, it's a continual fight at speed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but we want to be faster, don't we? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, but it takes some time to get away.
But we have multiple people who aren't driving, so
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
We have to use ship
Power.
energy points to use the cannons, right? And we just used all 3, so we don't have any right.
No, we have energy points, and you don't. Do you need the energy points to? You only need the energy points to boost the cannon. Because they're so close, I don't think we have to boost them right now.
Correct.
Oh.
So I could get you two. I get 2 of you down. You guys could throw spells from the net, or from the nest. Sorry.
I was just thinking about using control winds and blasting them towards that dreadnought's face. A big spell point to use, but works.
I think it's a great idea. If it'll work, that's like best
Oh, if
case
it'll
scenario.
work. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
it's a great idea.
All right.
I'm also really curious what happens if Nimsy boosts Tidal Wave. Does it just go off farther, or is it just like space water?
It goes off farther. Yeah.
But like Nimsy, you could Tidal Wave like in a ship, like inside one.
Yeah. Theoretically, you could. All right. I'm gonna go get something to drink, guys. Meet back up here in a few minutes.
You're back.
I only have like a few level 5 spell slots, and by a few I mean 2, so save it for a better time, but
Maybe we see if we can get away, and if we can't, then we blast them, and then we expend the spell slots.
I think we try and fire off at it as we leave too. Getting people.
Well, I think it would probably be me and Nimsy that are manning the cannons, right? Because we're the only ones with the weapon proficiencies. So
yeah, I think
it'd probably
saving
be
our spell slots though, as long as possible, is ideal. Like round 1, we have
So we
2
don't
more sessions. We need to save our spell slots as many as we can. So if we can get away without using them, great. If we can't, then
So we would do that just by using the cannons.
we would do what?
You guys can
Expend
shoot
spell
a plus.
slots.
Nope. You don't need to expend spell slots. You just need to go down to the ship's cannons and use the fire arcane cannon. It's a +6 attack. It does 8d8 bludgeoning damage if you hit it.
I can't give guidance if I go over there though. For the escape
At the
scene.
moment,
Tech has guidance casted on herself currently, so
Oh, okay. Well then Fee's gonna make her way to the cannon. And say, good luck, Keck.
Keck's gonna wave flag. Pew 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 pew.
Cannon boom.
I also wonder
Are the cannons an
here as
arcane
a
check?
plan, Lustria. How far away can you summon what's her face? Sally. If we boost it, can you summon Sally on their ship and then you can cast spells through Sally so we don't have to boost them?
That'd be fucking crazy.
I think it'll be too far away. I
I
don't
mean, I
think-
could do that with Manifest Mind too.
Yeah, right. I think normally it would be too far away, but because we're running the boost mechanic, I think getting the mind or the Sally there.
But that Manifest Mind's a one-time thing, so if we do it on that ship, we can't use it again for this whole mission.
I'm not saying to you. Well, I know that the Sally's not a one-time thing.
Yeah, but it might be a spell. And
I
he
don't
might
know.
not have
He's
brought
not here.
it.
He always has Sally. It's one of his druid things. He doesn't get wild shape. Well, I mean, so far, pretty happy with how the race started. Avernus kind of was an asshole, but we wiggled out of that.
The cannons use what exactly? Shoot.
Probably a dexterity magitech check, most likely, if I'm guessing. But you might be able to argue wisdom or something else,
I
It
think
doesn't clarify.
It's siege weapons or energy weapons, is what he said earlier.
So yeah, so be that proficient check, but then the ability query is still that question.
Yeah, my question was more about the query of which one
For which check?
for the cannons.
If we were to fire the arcane cannons,
Ah. So if you're firing the arcane cannons, you can either fire them with just a straight +6, no bonus on your part, or you can do, if you're proficient in energy weapons or siege weapons, you can use your proficiency bonus and your dexterity.
My dexterity is shit, but my proficiency.
I've also upgraded. I've also moved out of the ship's core room at the moment, and I'm back up towards the helm.
All right. Oh,
The Dreadnought only has 300 health. You think that'll give us more prize money?
No. I don't think it'll get us any more prize money if I'm being 100% honest with you, Celestria. Not even a little bit.
You think we could stick it on someone else?
Can we capture it? Are you...
We're gonna have to save most of our juice to get through Avernus.
Oh, you need juice. I knew it being a cook would be a good idea.
Get into the kitchen, Celestria. Leaves her post in the middle of a battle to go cook dinner. I don't know.
all right. Have you guys decided, excuse me, have we all gotten back yet? That's what the question I was going to ask.
I am here.
Everyone is
Kiru
returned?
here.
Never left.
All right then. Then we are going to be rolling for initiative.
So the ship goes right after my turn. How does that work?
So the ship turn is going to be very specific things. It's going to be just upkeep for the ship.
That poor Keck has to make.
Aw. I didn't have the right thing selected.
I'm back.
That's a good
Oh,
thing.
initiative.
It's
Okay,
my
hold on.
First roll.
Let me select my character. Boom. Boom.
Oh, I don't have a token that I could click. So I don't have a.
Wait, Lenari's on the ship, sitting in the stairwell.
Yeah.
Well, that'll do.
Is it? Aha!
Scroll to the left.
There's more. Yeah.
You're
Dang
just
it.
looking at the map with all the boat peoples.
Oop.
Oh god, the
Oh.
boat just sailed away. The boat left us behind.
No, that
friends.
would be problematic.
Also, I imagine when I'm looking out, I just have Sally on my shoulder looking like the opposite direction.
I was just asking. It's like, can you, if we boost your ability to summon Sally, you summon it on their ship. Can you then cast unboosted spells out of Sally?
Technically,
Hmm.
I can see the. Well,
No,
Oh,
if you
a
were able to see
salamander.
it, you would be further from the boat. You'd be very
yeah, if
far,
I could
very
see
far
it.
away.
Okay, so Keck's
Unless
currently
it's
at the
AoE, like.
helm.
Yes,
Right.
position yourselves on the boat where you guys actually are, because it will actually matter.
Giro's back at the door of the helm.
You went to the cannon, which is ready. Boom boom.
How far up am I?
So it's 10
I'm also
feet.
out of cannon.
10 feet.
10 feet.
If you move yourself on the battle map around to the cannons.
The crow's nest is only 10 feet up? Wow.
The ship is not very big.
We're squat, okay?
Mm-hmm. It is fairly wide, kind of squat and flat, and there's a little ridge that rises up on the top and on the bottom.
Our power comes from our sturdiness.
Oh, yeah. And our ceramicness.
It still isn't fixed.
It's not as bad as it could be. Might get a little bit worse here in a second, but
Oh man, I rolled not terrible. I'm still last.
Ah, that's what in the industry we call getting fucked.
all right. So we're all in our positions.
Yes. Hello, welcome.
Hello, Fred Boat.
Oh, you got fretted.
I gotta get you at least once.
When the AI uprising comes, Yeti will remain unscathed because he thanked
True.
Fredboat.
Absolutely. That's my strategy.
I gotta put a reminder in here for me at 10. Okay, so Giru, you are going first. On the battle map, over here,
Yeah.
the enemy ship is off to your left and behind you.
Over here.
Yes, me.
So I would instruct that our. Can we target it with the cannons from there?
Yes, the cannon that Fee is on can swivel that far over and aim, especially if the ship just kind of dips in that direction and then corrects back.
Ah, so like quickly like shows that side, then keeps going. I will
Mhm.
pass on the directions to Keck.
Is Keck at the
yeah.
helm?
Keck, yeah, should be at the helm.
Yes, she is.
So yeah, what I'm gonna do, I guess, is at this moment in time, I will use my captain action, And I can do that to try and give advantage to one individual.
Yes.
Honestly, Kak, we're gonna go for you again because our goal should be to leave. Because if they hold us up long enough for the dreadnought to get here, everybody loses.
Yep.
Kak, you get advantage because it's time to fucking leave. I'm gonna have Kenny fly down into the engine room and tell him to hoot as loud as Little Owl can. If anything starts to blow up or anything.
All right.
And
So,
then that's my turn. We're making it the ship's turn.
okie dokie. That'll make it the ship's turn. So the ship is going to regenerate 2 power.
Yep, I'm on it.
The other 2 things aren't going to proc. So this is going to be accelerated timescale. Before we were kind of just gradually or generally handling large periods of time with individual checks. You're going to need to make quite a few checks to actually get away from this ship. There are certain things you could do to make it easier to get away, but the next few rounds are going to be in real scale, if you will.
Okay.
So, Fee, that makes it your turn.
Shoot it, Fee.
Okay, how do I use this? Is
So,
my question.
either from the Snapper's character sheet, you can roll Fire the Arcane Cannon as a gunner. If your bonus would be less than +6, you can just use the cannon's +6. And
Okay.
your bonus would be your dexterity plus your proficiency bonus. Your dexterity modifier, excuse me, plus your proficiency bonus. So you honestly might be better off just using the
Yeah, I'm
straight
better
bonus for the
using
cannon.
a cannon. So I just hit arcane cannon?
Fire arcane cannon.
I don't
Yep.
see a fire, I just see this.
It is on the right side, towards the top. And do you
Oh.
want to use any additional power? You're within range. You don't need to use any additional power, but
Do we want to use 3 additional power?
for
it
one
does a
shot.
Probably
lot of
not.
damage.
For each point of power expanded. Oh, up to 3. The damage
Root.
die increases by 100% of the base of each of the weapons.
That does damage to the engine though, right?
No, it'll
No.
do damage to the cannon. And yes, it does.
To the engine?
No, it does damage to the cannon, but it does
Yeah.
do damage.
Do we
And it
want
draws
to
power.
spend... We can spend 1 power point to deal 10 points of damage to the cannon. And buff it. I think that's a good expenditure. Anyone disagree? Oh. About that.
I'm fine with
Yes.
it. I just think that we also need to take note that we're gonna have damaged hull, damaged cannon, and then at some point probably damaged engine again
I have
Yep.
that we
a
need
lot
to
of
like
damage
actually
for
fix.
both.
Yeah.
And the only person that can fix it is currently also running.
No, anyone can really fix it.
Yeah, but he can recover like 40 to 80 or something a turn, right? And we're maxing out at like 20.
He can cover 20 a turn.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I thought when he repaired the engine, he repaired it for way more than it was damaged, and it was
Nope.
damaged for 20, so I assumed it was more than that.
No, he was equivalently repairing it for multiple rounds worth of damage.
Okay, so
The
Alright.
amount of damage repaired by the athletics check is equal to the athletics check itself.
How do I boost this once if that's what I'm doing? Do I just hit it?
You just fire the arcane cannon. All right, so roll another 8d10, because a 25 is definitely gonna hit.
Fuck it up, Nimsy. Fuck yeah. 96 damage.
All right, so you pivot around a little bit, and you guys haven't actually used the cannons yet for anything more than target practice, but you charge it with a little bit of extra power, and you blast a shot off, and it connects with their ship almost as soon as you fire it because you increase the velocity of the projectile. It slams into the side of their ship, and you see a mast fly off into astral space, along with a few bodies. Yeah, that is an incredibly powerful hit to their ship. The whole thing slews to the side slightly, and you can see fires being and catching on that side of the ship. All right, that will be Fee's action. You would still have movement and a bonus action if you wanted to take it.
Panics, turns into frog. No, I'm kidding, by the way. And that was the Port Arcane Cannon. I'm tracking all of our health points and stuff.
Yes.
So.
Fee, as her bonus action, is gonna have her shield pop out and float around her.
Okay. You activate your animated shield, and yes, the port cannon takes 10 points of damage. Thank you for recording that. All right. So, as
Sure
you
looks like a
fire,
shoot us again.
you fire that blast of arcane magic. You guessed it, from behind you. A blast of energy, a little bit less well aimed this time, but still going to hit your ship.
Are we able to
lands
barrier
out.
this or shield this?
Yeah.
I got a scroll of shield if we need it.
That
You're
is your
just-
AC.
Gear just has a shield spell.
I mean, yeah, I can.
It will have to be someone on the lookout position.
I'll shield
Or the
them.
helm?
The lookout position or the helm, yeah.
Okay, so Lenari spends reaction to shield it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have scrolls if we want to save the spell slot. Yeah.
If you're okay with that, yeah.
That's probably better.
Okay, you're gonna burn a
Scroll
scroll
it.
for it.
Yeah.
You will need to use a point of ship's power to amplify that to protect the whole ship, but you can
We
do that.
will expend a point of power for that.
Okay.
Our power we have been conservative power consumption at this point in time. Like I've
Yep.
been managed to get very tight budget. Not time to start throwing crazy numbers out here, guys.
All right. So the
25
beam
is
of
our
light,
AC.
the beam of light slams into the side of your ship, but a thin protective layer of magic deflects the beam off, causing no damage.
Yeah.
Lenari, it's your turn.
Fucking.
So no fairy
We don't have to
fire.
boost a cantrip to hit, or to hit the guys close to us, right?
No, you still would. They're hundreds of feet out.
What if we
Okay.
have? Was it Eldritch Blast Reach and then also Spell
Oh yeah, like
Sniper?
the 1 mile long spell sniper combos.
If you had that, you would be fine. Yeah, they're within a few hundred feet of you. It's just the cannon's short range is 1,200 feet, so they can hit.
Pew 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 pew.
You are helping defend us by being up there for sure. I don't like.
Like, should I just dodge action to save my spell slots and let you guys canonize them?
Yeah,
The
you could
moment-
also be making perception checks to try and gather information about the ship,
Oh,
Or-
okay, yeah.
or
That-
keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
So you want to be looking at trying to get information on their ship specifically, or do you want to be just keeping a general eye out around you?
I don't think it's with disadvantage.
It's
might
not.
be.
It would be the 17.
Helping text gear.
Yeah, let's do general. Make sure no one else is sneaking up on us.
Okay, noted. It'll be a 17 perception. Okie dokie. Azuru, that makes it your turn.
I'm gonna fire the beam cannon at them.
All right. You want the ship to swing around the other way so you can get a shot with your cannon?
Is that gonna prevent us from getting away faster?
No.
Due to a consistent gravity in
Okay.
space, couldn't we just initiate a barrel roll?
Essentially, yes. This
Okay.
isn't exactly space, but yes, you could essentially just flip the ship over so that they're on the other side of you. I'm just going to keep it at
Do a
this
barrel
orientation
roll.
because
Are you
Whoosh.
okay if
Pew,
we
pew,
don't?
pew, pew.
Are you okay if we don't boost this one just because of the power we had to expend on shield?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
you'll be making a energy weapons dexterity check, or you can just roll with the ship's +6, whichever is better for you.
How do I check what the energy weapon gives me?
It will add your proficiency bonus to your dexterity modifier. And
Probably
unfortunately,
not good.
this weapon is not set up to let you use your intelligence modifier. There are some that are like that, but this is not one of them.
So what's the energy weapon proficiency bonus? How do I find that out?
It's just your
I
base
guess-
proficiency.
It's your proficiency bonus.
Could be on the
Okay,
left,
same
top
question.
left,
Oh,
under
it's
your.
3. Okay, then I'll just do the +6
Okay, then you will find that on the Snapper's action list.
on the right side.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let me check something real quick. An 18 is actually exactly a hit.
Fuck
Nice.
it up. For 43 bludgeoning as it smashes into it again.
As we're spinning. Good shot.
Yeah.
Fucking Gears, like,
Did
do a
little bit,
barrel
fire
roll.
the
Like,
other
Keck is
cannon shot off.
giggling.
It's a 360 no scope. Let's go.
All right, so that blast slams into the other side of the ship, and more wood and steel flake off of it. You see, there's now a pretty sizable hole in another part of the ship.
Use the boost to get through.
All right. Anything else? You got your bonus action movement if you want to take it, Azuru.
Use the push to get through.
No, I think I'm good. I don't think there's anything else I can do. I don't want to move away from the gun.
All right. The Astral Dreadnought closes. Keck.
Pew, 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 pew. Just
Time
gonna
to
keep
drive.
flying.
Yep.
Just
It's
gonna
your
keep going.
sleight of hand check. How fast are you gonna? How much speed are you gonna be able to pull out of
With
this vessel while
advantage.
moving forward?
This is with advantage. I still got guidance going.
No. Fee is currently on a cannon.
I casted a scroll of guidance on myself. I don't have any other concentration up, so
I will say piloting this ship is going to require an action.
okay.
So yeah, you can't be pulling out scrolls constantly and casting them.
Well, that was before we got in combat. Before I came up to the helm, so I don't know if it's been longer than that because I did that at the start.
Guidance lasts for 1 minute, so I
It
don't know.
probably down then.
Either way,
but
that
25
advantage was valuable as fuck.
Yeah, 25. All right, so they're gonna have to beat a 25 to close any distance.
Could have been the other way around.
Could've been.
I don't think there's a way they can do this, but
After all the damage they've taken.
oh, okay. So they don't close with you, but you also don't lose them. That's close enough that you are pulling away from them slightly, but only like tens of feet at a time. You don't immediately rocket away from them.
Okay.
On their turn, they are going to pull their ship to one side. I mean, you get a good view of a very broken interior, and there's lots of fires going in here with crew desperately trying to put it out. But they're going to take 2 arcane cannon shots at you guys. Actually, they're actually not arcane cannons. They're just cannons.
Oh.
Well, they picked the wrong time to be pirates.
Well, a critical hit and a critical miss.
Um,
So one of those cannons actually misfires and blows up, but the other one crits.
Can we? What can we do about that crit? We got a luck point in the nest. Gears got
can't use
full
'em.
view.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
only
yes.
if it hits her.
I have silvery barbs.
Are
I'm
you
not
on a
in
lookout position?
I'm not in a lookout at the moment.
Tech has one more level 2 slot.
Silvery barbs is a level 1 slot.
You're right.
I mean, it doesn't mean you can't overcast it, I suppose.
You could. That's going to be a crit, and I will tell you right now, the damage on this is going to be equivalent to your arcane cannons.
All right.
Yeah. You can give yourself advantage on your next thing.
You can. All right.
Then Giru can do something else.
That'll be exciting.
Yeah, then I can do some other shit too.
Oh, I will say you need to spend a point of power to boost that silvery barbs. To be able
Yes,
to
we
hit the
will
ship.
boost the silvery barbs so we don't get critted
Aww. But I
On
wanted
second thought.
16d10.
I know you do.
All right, so that reduces it to just a 10. So Keck, you see this shot fire, and it's headed straight towards the ship, like you in the front of the ship.
Fuck.
So you throw silvery barbs out, and it disrupts the whatever tracking mechanism they're using for this cannon. And the shot just sails within inches of the nose of the ship.
Keck says a whole cup of nope.
That's a whole cup of no. Okay,
Right.
we mean they can't be moving too fast. And like we fucked up, we've damaged their shit, but I suppose
Yeah.
it's just their hull.
Their ship doesn't look good.
Okay.
Celestria, it is your turn.
Go get him, Tiger.
I mean, I don't want to spend the energy to do this, but I wanted to like control flames, just spread the fire on the ship. But
Unfortunately,
Guess,
they're
can I
still
look-
like 500 or 600 feet away from you, so you'd have to. But
I know, yeah, but yeah, I don't. I'm gonna look ahead of us.
Do our perception
Okay.
check. Help us finding
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
go right ahead.
Gotta
Alright.
be low at some point.
So, just quickly looking around, this area is still full of lots of obstructions to vision. But within a few hundred feet of your ship in front, there don't appear to be any immediate hazards close by. But this is just a quick glance. As you glance back and you're like, oh, it's on fire. I can do so much with that.
All right. Okay. Feels good to be free. So finally, I can move up into the net. Oh, I'm not moving the whole boat. I'll move up into one of the nests and just hang out with other persons. Like, okay, I'm here to help with the defense and see what the fuck's going on. With that in mind, I'm gonna take my action to try and give everyone temp HP, even if it's just a little bit.
Okay. The DC will be the highest mental stat of the crew, so probably a 20.
Someone's at a 20 in their mentals? Is that Nimsy?
It's at least an 18. We can check, Fred, but just roll it and we'll see what.
Nope,
Yeah, that's not
not
high.
today.
Not tonight. All right, so you try and give an inspiring speech to everybody, like, "We can do this, guys," but it's kind of foiled a little bit by you like hopping up to look over the edge of the lookout position
Oh
a couple
no.
times. So people start snickering and laughing.
Oh well, didn't work.
We won't say who.
But I am in the crow's nest where I need to be to start being a defensive force.
Yes, you are. All right, that will make it the ship's turn. You get
Gains its power back. It's at 7.
2 points of power,
Um,
and there's nothing else. There's no negatives that currently applied to the ship, so that is that for the ship's turn, which will make it Fee's turn.
Am I just doing cannons again? Is that what we decide? Going boom, boom,
Fee, keep going boom boom.
boom, boom, boom,
Fee, go boom
Maybe it'll-
boom. I'm not
Hopefully
gonna.
it'll deter 'em
I
at
am gonna.
least.
boom.
It hits. I
Yeah,
was gonna say I am
barely a
boosting
hit.
that one too. So
I roll.
roll the damage again.
What was the damage again?
Oh, you're
8.
putting another point of power into it?
Yep.
Yep,
It's a little-
8d10.
Oh, no boom.
No.
Bad boom.
Oh, booming.
That's not
That's
not
Not
great.
boom.
But that's a lot of damage still.
It's only 81 points of damage. So little boom. All right.
How's
So,
that ship doing?
that blasts another significant chunk off of this vessel, and you can see they're beginning to turn away from you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's gotta deter them at some point.
Yeah, as they fire a couple shots, one of their cannons blows up, the other ricochets off of your ship without doing any damage, and you're just hammering them with. Yeah, they're like, nope, nope, nope.
Okay.
Do they see the dreadnought?
Actually, no, they haven't.
Oh no.
That's
So
perfect.
that will make it the Flying Sword's turn, which is actually the Queen's Blade. I didn't rename it properly apparently.
It's not gonna
they-
shoot us again. It's like, all right, free target. Has it seen the dreadnought?
It probably has, yes. But they roll like crap. All right, so nothing else happens there. Lenari, it is your turn.
We would have to fly past the dreadnought.
No, we're parallel with it. We don't have to fly past it.
No, they would.
Oh, I'm gonna shoot them
Okay.
out of the sky, so it's okay.
What happened? Oh, yeah, Lenari has no idea what's going
I
on.
got some smoke in my eye or something.
You've been laughing at Giru trying to look.
Yeah.
You're not paying any fucking attention. You're just
Just
watching the
jumping up,
captain's
up
little
and down.
legs struggle.
As he's trying to give an inspiring speech.
Yep.
Yes, everyone carry on with the little legs waving up in the air. All right, trying to keep an eye out.
Yeah.
Pick them up.
Boost them up. It's fine.
All right,
Behold, our fearless leader.
Azuru, it is your turn. All right, so you guys coordinate, spin the ship around, fire off another shot with the cannons. Unfortunately, because of the maneuver that they're making, a 14 is going to miss.
All right, that'll be it.
That makes it the Astral Dreadnought's turn. So the
It's
Astral
his new
Dreadnought
meal.
closes to within a couple hundred feet of the other ship. Yeah.
I'm sure they'll be fine.
Keck, it's your turn, buddy.
Go, gadget. Advantage on the sleight of hand.
Ugh.
Jesus,
I'm not very good at all, dude.
That's not very good.
Idiot. Do you get your D4?
Nope.
He doesn't know.
Nope.
Why, that's not very good at all. All right. And that will make it the other ship's turn. I'm gonna roll a perception check for them to see if they actually notice the Astral Dreadnought. They're kind of distracted by you guys. Yeah, they notice. Okay. So, their ship, you can tell it immediately begins peeling away from the Astral Dreadnought. And they're going to take a couple shots at the Astral Dreadnought.
Okay.
We take those.
Good. Not us.
Neither one of them actually do any damage to the Astral Dreadnought. And yeah, they are now actively being chased by the Astral Dreadnought. Not you, and you guys aren't.
Perfect.
Celestria.
Oh boy. I try again to look in front of us. Like, make sure we don't run into anything.
Alrighty.
Better.
Okay. On a 15, you scan ahead of the ship and you notice that this direction that you guys have been running, there are actually a couple more of these ships that are lurking. But they are beginning to drift out of the clouds that they were hiding behind, and it looks like they might not be headed for you specifically. One of them is going to cut across your bow and might take a couple shots at you. But it looks like they're moving to assist their other ship.
The Astral Dreadnought.
Yes, the one fighting the Astral Dreadnought.
Good call out. Pass on the information to Keck, who can see it coming now.
All right. At initiative count 10, something else happens, which unfortunately none of you rolled high enough on your perception checks to see coming.
The disadvantage is brutal.
2 flaming rockets come screaming in out of the astral sea.
We dodge.
Neither hit.
Neither hit. All right, 2
God damn
infernal
it,
torpedoes
Avernus.
come screaming past your ship, and Keck, you just happen to be moving in a direction that they didn't anticipate. They go flying past you, and turn around. They begin arcing around to come back at your ship.
I imagine we saw a penny on the ground and ducked.
Something like that, yeah. All right.
Fucking these
Giru.
missiles.
Yes, these are missiles.
And currently they're stopped in space
No,
trying to hit us.
they flew past you and they're now arcing around to come back.
Oh,
So they're still moving pretty fast.
Dude's not super impressed at the moment. He'll warn Keka with them coming. And then you'll actually run over to Fee, and can he repair that cannon?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana or Athletics. Athletics is more the direct repairs, but
Well, yeah, Arcana would cost points, but Athletics would not.
yes. And the cannon isn't seriously damaged, just a little above half health, right? So
Oh yeah, it's at 80.
yeah, then it'd be DC 10.
I mean, it's a 50-50. I hit it. I do.
hit.
All right, you repair 17 points of damage to the cannon.
Okay, so that cannon's almost fucking pretty clean again. So you says good to go. B. Zuru. Let's see if we can't shoot those rockets out of the sky. There's no point shooting the other guy right now.
Rockets?
Yep.
You saw them.
A couple torpedoes went screaming past your ship, just barely missing it.
But those
And
are
then
from something.
I think Gear will crawl back into
They
the
are.
crow's
Yeah, but they're
nest.
coming back at us.
Oh,
That's my
they
turn.
loopy. I thought they like
Yes.
went by and imploded.
No,
No,
they
loopy.
went past and they're looping back.
See if you can't hit him.
Tracking toward. Well,
You're gonna take a shot at one of the torpedoes?
I'm gonna shoot at the book.
Okay. I'm not gonna tell you the AC of these things yet, but go ahead and take a shot.
Pretty
at one.
high.
Yeah, they're moving fast and they're pretty small.
Okay.
Nat 20.
That is gonna be a miss.
That is not a nat 20.
All right, so you take a shot with one of the arcane cannons at these things, and they're just moving way faster than you expected.
If we have something like a magic missile.
Someone crawl into the cabinet and just shoot magic missiles out at all of them to destroy it. That's a great idea.
That is Fee's turn, yes?
Unless I can use like a bonus action to try to figure out where they came from.
Nope, not from your position.
Well then, nope. That's it. That's all Fee did. Fee just looks at you guys like, well, I tried.
Catch up.
Ooh.
That's how they caught up.
All right, actually with a natural 20. Nice.
That's the Queen's Blade.
Lenari, it's your turn.
Cool. Should I try and shoot it out of the sky, guys, or should I leave that to the cannons?
You'll probably have better accuracy with magic than we will with cannons. And Celestia's right, magic missile would be the perfect opportunity here.
I don't have magic missile.
Yes,
have
but I
it.
have informed this to the group twice. Azuru's got it? Ooh.
Yep, I can magic missile on my turn.
Okay, then I will let you do that. I will. Let's see how our dreadnought. Let's see.
Just hope it does enough damage to blow him up.
Yeah, let's see how the dreadnought's doing. What he's how his chomping is.
All right, so you're gonna pay attention to what's going on with the dreadnought during his turn.
Yep.
Okie dokie. You will get detailed information about the horrors that is happening to the other ship.
Excellent.
All right, Azuru.
All right. How do I
What we
get
do?
the extended range for magic missile again?
You
One
go to
point.
a crow's nest, and I will expend power to get it working.
Yep.
All right, I
1
will
point of
do
power.
that. And this is gonna be. I'm gonna upcast it at level 2, so it's 4 darts, 2 to
Alright.
each missile.
Okie dokie.
So that would be slash roll 4d4 plus 4.
Yes. So 9 to one, 7 to the other. Okay. So you fire the magic missiles out. They streak through astral space and they connect with the torpedoes. One of them seems to lose momentum and spin for a second before relighting and coming back towards you. The other one doesn't appear to have done significant damage to it.
Okay.
They have more than 9 hit points.
Awkward.
Huh. Okay. I think that, I can't do anything else, so that ends my turn.
Alrighty. So I'm gonna actually roll this in the open because she did that. Alright, so Astral Dreadnought. Nom 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 nom.
Those are 2 nat 20s.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh god.
Oh, these poor
Oh,
bastards.
He critted and he critted and he critted. Oh my god.
Well, somebody's dying today.
Not
Us.
Okay. So with that total of damage, that actually just exceeds the hit point of this ship. So that dreadnought latches onto either end of this ship with its claws, brings its face in, and you watch as it bites down on the keel of the ship, and then the ship splits in half inward. It folds the ship along its keel together, crashing the front and the back halves into one big ship sandwich, sinks its teeth into it, and then there's this blackness that seems to envelop the ship as it all just disappears into the ship's or into the dreadnought's gullet. Its huge eye staring down at the individual crew that are spiraling away from this, trying to jump out of its reach. It shoves most of the ship in its mouth, and it just disappears into the Astral Dreadnought's mouth, leaving a handful of people who had jumped off floating in astral space.
Well, it's a good thing more meals are coming to that dreadnought.
Oh, we'll see if
Right.
they continue going over there.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get out of here.
Let's go.
So,
Can Cat take the dodge action with the boat, knowing that we have missiles coming?
You need to use the ship's engines to do that, but yes, you can.
We don't have a ton of power though.
So I hear Celestria say so and then never follows up. Do you have something or?
I was gonna say, what direction did the missiles come from? Or I guess passes by at.
They came from aft, but you guys didn't really see from where specifically.
Right.
All right, so we're just moving as quick as we can, still trying to get away.
Yep.
That is actually going to bring you much closer to one of the ships, but I assume you're going to peel off and not head straight towards it.
Yeah.
Okay. Noted. That's going to move you pretty quick. Celestria, it is your turn. Just to give you guys a tactical overview, the red arrow behind you is the direction of the Astral Dreadnought, which is finishing its meal pretty quick. There is a ship in front of you, another one of these pirate ships, it looks like, very similar in design and size. And in front of you off to the left, there is another one of these ships. The one off to your left is heading more or less in the direction of the Astral Dreadnought. And the one in front of you is turning to give you guys a broadside. And then there's the two torpedoes, which are both in front of you now and are turning around to come back.
We're flying straight into it. Um, you said they had a fire propellant.
Yes. There is fire trailing from the back of these two torpedoes.
You think you can snuff one of the torpedoes' flames?
Maybe.
Yeah. How close are they together?
Not very. They were both aimed at you,
Oh.
but they weren't. When they were coming towards you, they were pretty close together. But when they flew past, they arced different directions back around.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Well. Yeah, I guess that's my best option, is to try to snuff one out.
All right. So there's one of
But-
them that's spiraling a little bit and looks like it's not very well under control, and there's another one that looks fine, really.
Yeah. So the spiraling one, I guess. And then also, in order to not use the power, I'll have to like hold my action to wait till it gets close enough.
Yeah. If you. Oh, yeah. It's moving really fast, so it's probably. If it was going to hit you, it's probably still going to hit you if you snuff the back of it out.
We can use the power to snuff one of these.
You. Excuse
Not
me.
the
You
one
could.
that's not spiraling.
Okay. Well.
If you think, I mean, it's your call. I just would assume that like it's spiraling, so maybe it has less chance of hitting us. I have no idea.
That's true, but
Or it'd
It'll
be easier to snuff.
exactly.
That's true as well. Yeah.
It's
Okay.
not a guarantee that it'll work. Oh, God. Oh, decisions. Okay. So the range on this anyway. 60 feet?
They're a couple hundred feet.
No, I know. I'm saying my control flames is 60 feet.
Ah, yes. I see.
Or use a power
or-
to extend it.
Yeah. We could do
Yep.
that.
We'll do that, and we'll snuff out one of these.
If it... Yep. I guess that's what we're gonna do. We'll do the not spiraling one, and then hopefully
Okay,
the
we're gonna try
spiraling
and
one.
snuff out the not spiraling one.
Yes.
All right. So we're using control flames.
Yes.
What is your spell save DC?
16.
Higher than that. All right. So you reach out to control the fire, and you feel something resisting. This isn't just like fire burning on its own. There's some creature that's controlling this, but you snuff it out, and the torpedo begins lazily flipping end over end and is no longer tracking on you guys.
Boys.
They shit.
Well, here's the hoping.
There's one, yeah.
All right. Anything else, Celestia?
Using control flames in a combat situation, I think I'm done.
to pretty good effect, actually. Yeah. All right. That makes it a turn. This one is the one up above you. They're just going to move. Not very quickly, but they do move. They're going to take a couple shots at the Astral Dreadnought. Neither of which hit. Giru, it's your turn.
All right. Now, to manage power can only be done by the engineer, but can the captain go make the checks and stuff for that, or does it need to be the engineer role?
It needs to be the engineer doing that role.
Okay. And Keck would have to do that as their turn. At the moment, we need them flying.
I mean, what's
Oh,
more?
man.
What's our power at?
Well, after my turn, it'll be at 6 out of 9.
Okay.
And our health on everything is pretty okay. Even honestly, our hit points. Yeah, I think a captain's turn to try and give advantage to somebody. I think we just keep giving it to Keck.
All right, still trying to bug her out.
Keep her
Hell
hyped.
yeah.
Okie dokie. So
16.
that's that. Keck, I need to know what of your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma, which of those is the highest, and what is its ability score?
Charisma +3.
16.
16.
Yeah.
If it
Alright.
meets it,
Meets it, beats it. So that is a success.
heck, you're
give
hyped
an
again.
advantage.
You get your advantage.
All right.
Gary's got his footing finally in the viewport. Like I can see about fucking time.
Yeah, just in time to watch the ship behind you explode and be devoured by the Astral Dreadnought.
Sick. All right. That's
Alright.
my turn.
Ship's turn. Covers 2 points of power.
Yeah, I'll get all that going. It covers 2 points of power, going to 6.
Alright, that makes it the turn of the ship that is in front of you. It is going to fire a couple shots at you guys from the front. One of them's a 21.
Yeah, Gear will use a reaction and one of the ship's power reserves to give it +5 AC until the start of his next turn.
Okay, so you're using one of your shields?
I'm using one of my shield spells.
Okay, noted. That will protect the vessel, and the shot will bounce off the front of the ship.
Gear's like, this will hold for a while.
Force field, force field, force field.
Bro, +5 AC is insane. On a first level spell slot, yeah, I think it's one of the silliest.
That's pretty good.
At 19 +3, good roll, but
All right. Then he's going to keep moving, but otherwise it is Fee's turn. There aren't really any ships directly in your combat arc. You would need to turn to bring a couple ships to bring weapons to bear.
No ships in the other torpedoes gone?
There is still the wobbly torpedo. Yeah, that one is headed in your direction, so you could take a shot at that if you wanted to.
look it up.
He's gonna shoot at the other wobbly cannon, I guess. So there's nothing else I can do.
Oh,
Go
an
Fee.
8 is going to miss.
He is helpful.
Insane damage though.
You can
It
hear
is
Fee.
wobbly though, so
You can hear
Hard to
Fee go pew 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 pew.
But I just hear pew 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 pew.
Boom! Yeah.
Just blindly shooting into the dark.
I think Fee just likes the noise.
All right. That makes it the Queen's Blade's turn. And you guessed it, guys.
Gonna shoot us again?
Yep.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You can roll too. Another lance of energy becomes flying at you guys from behind.
So unless we have I used my reaction already, so unless we have a
I
silvery
don't think you
barbs.
guys can get that. Yeah, you need to use silvery barbs, and they're not close. They're really far away.
It's still shooting us with the
tell
beam
him to
cannon.
stop.
Hey,
Bro.
you guys are in front of them. They want to win this race.
I know
Yeah.
they do.
I think we just need to start repairing after this. What's the whole health at?
What, not like it's gonna be at so we eat this. It's still at 500, over 500,
Out of what though?
700.
Considering this is only day 1, 3
Yeah, so
rounds,
we'll
we're
have-
definitely.
So you guys are just eating that hit? Are you?
I have to at the moment.
All right. Remember, that will also outline you in Fairy Fire.
Unless we get rid
Can
of it.
Hellish Rebuke?
You would need to use power to make it actually reach the other ship. You
Oh,
could. Maybe. Well, no. No, you can't. You're not at the helm.
Yeah.
If you were at the helm, you could, yes.
Can I dispel magic?
Hmm.
It's like a.
If you want to use a Dispel Magic to get rid of the Fairy Fire effect, yes, you can. On your turn. And yes, that would probably be a good idea, because you're really easy to hit if you're Fairy Fired.
Don't have that many spell slots for it, but I'm
But
It's a long time
Lenari,
till your turn as well.
yeah,
wild.
it is Lenari's turn.
guess I'll.
Do you have Dispel Magic, Lenari?
No, I do not.
Unlucky.
It's
I
true.
think everyone else does that before Fee.
God damn it. Alright, well. Well. I
I thought I did. Oh yeah, I do have it.
suppose I want to keep an eye on the general area.
All right.
We're reading this.
There is a serious fight that's going on around you, but you keep glancing around. Yeah, that if there are certain things that 9 will still help you with, but noted. Makes it Arzuru's turn.
All right. Question. The torpedo is still like on trajectory to hit us.
Yes, it is still wobbling its way back towards the course towards you guys.
And the other ship you said is really close to us as well?
It's a few hundred feet near you. It's like 200 or 300 feet in front of you and below you. Yes.
Last question. How far away is the ship from the torpedo? Because you said they're both heading towards us and in front of us, right? So are they like within proximity of each other?
At its closest point towards you, the torpedo is going to pass probably within 80 or 90 feet of the front of that other ship, because the ship in front of you is traveling perpendicular to you. It turns so it could shoot at you broadsides.
Okay.
So the torpedo is going to come past its bow straight towards you guys. Not super close, but I mean, for this kind of combat, actually pretty damn close. But
So I lied. I have one last question.
Sure.
The idea in my head is we use a point of the ship's power for me to cast Lightning Lure on the torpedo and then swing it into the opposing ship. Is that possible?
If you want to spend a point of power for it, I'll allow it.
Captain?
We lost him. Captain's gone.
Sorry, headset died. We have to repeat.
Oh.
Well, I want to use a point of the ship's power to magnify Lightning Lure to lasso the torpedo and slam it into the enemy ship, because when that torpedo goes off, it's going to summon a ton of monsters on that ship.
Fuck yeah. Let's go for that.
Alright. Oh my god, please don't fuck
Alright.
this roll up. Where would I do it?
I believe it's actually a strength saving throw on their part.
Oh, thank god. Please
On
have
the
shit
rocket?
strength.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's
Oh.
a fail.
As
So you lash out with lightning amplified from the ship. It locks onto this torpedo, and instead of pulling it towards you, you yank it to the side as it begins spiraling towards the ship. They need to try and make a dex save to avoid it. And they do.
Ooh.
So the torpedo sails toward this ship. At the last second, the ship rolls, and the torpedo goes through some of the rigging, but then spirals off on a different course.
did he blow up the torpedo with the 10 damage too?
Actually, yes. The 10 lightning damage is going to be enough that the torpedo, after
As
it
soon as he
sails
lets
past the
go
ship,
of it.
just pops in a massive explosion. And you see fragments of earth and fire burst out of this torpedo as it blows up.
Good shit, Azuru.
Well, worth, and it was a cantrip, so no spell slot used. Oh, because it was a cantrip, I could do bonus action items, right?
Yeah, you have a bonus
action spell.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what so I wanna go down to Keck, grab the scroll of dispel magic, and use it on the ship to get rid of fairy fire.
Scrolls are almost always an action to cast them.
Fuck my life.
So you could go down to Keck and grab the scroll. That is something you could do, and then bring it to whomever or use it yourself next time.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll go grab the scroll, and who's next?
Astria.
Celestria would be the next.
And
action.
I will give it to Celestria.
Okay. I'll make it the Astral Dreadnought's turn. All right, so the Astral Dreadnought is attempting to catch up with you guys now. It's got a pretty hard check to make. However, he is going to be using his con, not his dex. Or would it be his strength? Actually, no, it would be his strength.
Yes.
Roll one.
Oh, thank Christ.
All right. So he turns towards you and begins accelerating towards you, and then slows down, and this massive burp issues from the front of his mouth as a cloud of just detritus comes out of the front of his mouth, and
gross.
you see him like grab a couple things with his claws and then shove it back in his face. So he does move towards you, but much slower than you guys are moving away from him, which makes it Kek's turn, and the helm.
Beep, beep, tight. Gotta go fast, Keck. Get your advantage. Let's rumble. Get the fuck out of Dodge.
That came up way quicker than I thought it would. All right. Advantage, sleight of hand. Pew, 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 brum, 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 shoo, shoo.
Yeah, oh, not as good as it could be. 18, not bad.
I need some above 10 rolls.
I mean, you're still beating these bandit captains.
Sure.
All right, Celestria. Azura comes over to you and hands you a scroll of Dispel Magic. It is your turn.
I can do that. I know that one.
Okay, you're going to use the scroll of Dispel Magic and dispel the fairy fire on the ship?
Yep.
Okie dokie. That takes an action. You've got a bonus in movement if you want to take it.
Bonus action. Twiddle my thumbs.
Alrighty. That'll make it flanking captain's turn. Alright. Seeing what just happened to his friendly ship and the dreadnought moving away from it, he's going to pivot, take a couple shots at the Astral Dreadnought, and then just start leaving. Yeah, nothing hits. Alright, but he is effectively leaving the combat. So it matters whether or not he's going to outpace you guys.
We don't have to beat everyone. We just got to beat one person. We just need one person behind us.
Yep, they're
Thank
pretty slow about turning around.
fucking God.
Well, and
Alhamdulillah.
this
Well-
big fucker's not moving too quick.
He's not.
All right. So, Gear, can I use a strength check instead of athletics to do repairs?
Yeah, that's what athletics should be, governed by a strength.
Well, like a raw strength check, though, not a strength skill check.
Oh, you can't make a saving throw.
Not a saving throw. So, if I just hit the strength button, like...
Yes, that is a raw strength ability check.
Okay.
It shouldn't be
So-
lower than your athletics, or higher than your athletics.
Yeah, but if only I had a way to get advantage on that. Anyways, Gear prepares to repair the edge of the ship.
Oh, you gonna go outside and repair damage?
I was thinking about that.
Oh,
Okay.
shit.
Well,
but
hold
now
on,
that
we
you
have
say that,
We have the two
Well-
people still next to us, don't we?
Yeah.
They're at fairly close range, yeah.
Can I go out, repair, and come back in a turn, or no?
You haven't tried to repair from the outside yet, so I'd say maybe. You don't
What if-
know.
What if I was large? Like I just
Ah,
like
what you're
King
saying.
Kong over the edge and slap a
Well, see,
plate
as
on.
long as you tie yourself down before you go out there, you'd be...
Come on, Fee. You're not supposed to tell him stuff like that.
Okay,
You're
so
right,
Fee
you're right.
says that to
He didn't
Gear.
say nothing.
Gear's talking about going over the edge. Are we good to go? Do we think this is a good idea to fix at this point?
I didn't think about repairing on the outside mid-combat. I was just thinking about repairing everything else, but I don't know. It's
something else
it's
to repair.
basically that or advantage for someone, right?
It is that, or yeah, actually, I'm going to. We'll give advantage to Keck. We really
Yeah.
do want to get. We want to get further away from this thing. The spear.
Yes.
oh, yeah,
They're gonna be
gonna
hard
do
to get away
something
from.
good.
But okay, so you're gonna make your persuasion check to try and give advantage to Keck.
Yeah.
Gotta beat a 16. That's a 19. That succeeds.
Slip onto the other side of the boat.
All right.
I'm just waiting for that blue shell.
You're actually not necessarily in the lead. There is
Well,
something you can do from the helm. You can ping the race coordinator to find out what position you're in.
that sounds like a waste. Is it bonus action?
No, it's an action, so that's not something you want to do in combat. But
Right. Okay.
all right, that makes it the turn of the ship that is in front of you. Noticing that you tried to murder them with a
Oh,
torpedo.
I get my 2 more points.
You do 2 points of power. Yep. Bandit captain in front of you is going to have his crew take a couple shots at you guys with their cannons.
Miss.
Those are both hits.
Hmm.
So that's a 23 and a 22. And the 22 or the 23 is a crit, so it's going to hit regardless of whether or not you shield.
So,
What if it doesn't?
what if it doesn't?
I'm in the pirate bay thing. I'm in the nest.
You are in a lookout
time
position.
I think it's time for Kenny to die.
You're going to redirect the hit to Kenny.
We are gonna redirect a hit to Kenny because it's only when we would take a hit. It's like last second magic. I don't have to empower that, do I? It's within 30 feet of me.
You can do it to Aslan as well if you want to do for both of them.
The other one I'm not worried. It's just really the crit. The other one it can hit. That's unfortunate, but
Just don't do it to Medivh at all.
Oh, sorry.
I have plans for like if things get really dicey. I got some meme shit.
okay.
I
I
can
think
do.
we'll eat the one hit, but then Kenny dies.
Do you want me to shield it?
Well, you shield the other one.
You'll need to use a point of power, but yeah, you could shield
actually,
the
if-
22.
If you shield the 22, that'll be up still for this next opponent we have to fight before your turn. If avoid, yeah, we should avoid damage honestly at this point. So I would enjoy a shield on that.
Is it a spell slot though?
It is.
It's one of our
Yeah.
first level spell slots.
The first level.
Okay.
Yes.
Just because we have a lot more stuff to go through, right? So I want to make sure that we're not just blowing everything and then dying in phase 2.
No, that's phase 3.
Phase 3, yeah, my bad. Avernus.
Yeah. All right. So if we pop the shield there, then the
Oh,
one
yeah,
doesn't
I'll
hit,
shield
and Kenny dies.
Okay.
And
So,
Kenny dies.
in a completely inexplicable turn of events, these 2 cannon shots that are gonna punch clean through the center of your ship just magically don't.
One
One
hits
of
the
them
barrier.
hits your ship in a puff of smoke and vanishes, and nobody knows what happens.
Oh, Kenny's in the hold, so he just you
Just-
go down to the hold. There's bird dust.
Yeah.
Bird dust.
The other one ricochets off at like a 60-degree angle from the shield, and Lenara, you feel that like push the edge of how much your magic can handle. But yeah, no damage taken. That ship is going to peel off the other direction.
Keep running away from us.
It's essentially it's going to turn down, not very quickly. And that makes it Fee's turn. So now the dreadnought is more behind you. You're not going to have a great shot at it, and the ship that was off to one side is a little bit more parallel with you, so you could actually fire at them with the cannon. They're in your arc.
Are they looking to fire at us?
No,
They
they're running
oh.
away.
This is a different one than the one
They're
that just shot
running
at us?
this way?
The one in front of us is this.
Which one is which way going?
The one in front of you is turning down. They might still be taking shots at you, but they are moving to get out of your way. You're going to pass over them in a little bit. The one off to your left is already turning to leave. They're not shooting at you. They're shooting at the dreadnought.
Okay.
I yell at V, go give Keck guidance. Go guide Keck.
That's a great idea.
Not yell, but like shout, so my voice carries because we're on opposite sides of the ship.
The ship shooting at us is behind us. Oh,
Yeah,
laser
the
one?
big
Way
one.
behind you, yeah. The one firing the beam cannon is like 5 miles behind you guys.
If B covers the behind the ship in darkness, would they have disadvantage? Hard to see? Because if they're directly behind us, they wouldn't be able to see
And
us.
we'd be
right?
in the astral sea. It's already dark and murky.
It is pretty dark and difficult to see in here. Maybe. You're not 100% sure.
And if they use divination on us,
Don't matter.
doesn't matter. We're very
Unless
hard
it's
to
super
divine at
powerful
the moment.
divination.
Yeah, that's a sick idea.
I like the idea of darkness on the turtle butt.
Do we like it better than Keck guidance or more Kecky guidance?
What do you like better?
We trust Keck. We
Keck
guide
gets
Keck.
advantage this term anyway.
Um,
You're going to go guide Keck. You're not going to do darkness.
If you guys don't like the idea, you guys sound hesitant. It made me nervous.
We liked
No,
both
I
of them.
I think they're both sick. That's why I said like, what do you prefer?
Yeah, I
yeah,
don't wanna control
either
you.
way.
Alright.
Because like the advantage lets us get away faster, but the darkness might make it so that they don't shoot us at all. So
With
I think
more
they're both
laser
awesome.
beams. And
Yeah.
the laser beams were getting real annoying.
So we're going to the back and casting darkness.
Yeah, we're casting darkness on the back here.
Yeah.
It should cover the whole thing, right?
Pretty close.
60 feet.
15-foot radius.
15.
You will cover up our engines with magical darkness, so we're not leaving engine dust anymore.
That's true.
So
Once it comes out of the.
I thought it was 60
I don't know how
feet.
far
I
it
was
goes.
like, this is great, but I'm looking at the range. I'm smart.
The 15-foot radius,
that ish.
it goes back a
Little bit.
bit more.
Yeah, it goes back
Yeah.
a bit more,
Hey.
but you get the idea.
Darkness.
Yeah, you can move it 2 squares back and make it, or you make it 2 squares more this way.
Darkness fee.
But I'm okay with this. This is great.
Then one more down. It's fine. It's fine. We get the idea.
Yeah.
We get the idea. It's a big dark square.
Darkness. Alright.
Okay.
Darkness.
She casts the darkness and then looks pleased with herself.
Yuri lets her know the flowers would be happy with your choices.
However, that sleet storm, we're gonna have to talk about that. Or whatever
The
it
sleet
was.
storm we will have to talk about at a later date. Kira's gonna have a PowerPoint presentation on how to use sleet storm so that he's happy with it. Good roll.
Yes. Very good roll.
What's that? 29 total.
Mm-hmm.
Good lord.
My god, the dreadnought got so close, guys! Darkness not
What?
help! Darkness not help!
Lenari, it is your turn.
Wait, are they? Oh my god, they're both on us.
Yeah, they both.
Yep.
That way. Just out of here.
We're on a Zuru's hyper defensive path at the moment.
No, it's between speed and safety. It's a compromise. It's not super
That's right.
defensive.
Well, that's one of the things too. Is we already have a lot of momentum going this way. To turn isn't like we can just go south. It's like we can go.
Well, we don't know what the turn radius is of this thing.
Yeah, of the turtle.
I mean, we just have to get past the bandit ship, and then hopefully the dreadnought goes to the bandit ship, right?
Honestly, hopefully the queen's blade fucking dices right through the bandit as well.
Oh my god.
Okay. What is Lenari gonna do though?
I'll probably just keep my lookout stuff going, and unless
Okay.
someone has an idea of something else that would help better.
If you have any evasion things or boosty thingies or distraction-y thingies.
The issue is we don't want to be. I am trying to recover our power reserves a bit. There was an action I thought I saw in my captain's sheet. Analyze target. They're now
Can I
close
do it?
enough. I think you can analyze the ship, is what Gira would say from standing right in front of you.
Yeah. There are 4 targets now that you can analyze. There's the 2 bandit ships in front of you. There's the Astral Dreadnought, and closing in from behind, there is the Queen's Blade.
Okay, then. Yeah, I'll analyze target. I don't see it on the sheet though. I will.
It's in my captain's cheat sheet.
It's also in the crew cheat sheet.
Ship
Well.
station actions. Analyze target. Action. Lookout. As an action, a crew member in the lookout position can make a Wisdom Arcana or Wisdom Perception check to gather information about a creature, object, or vehicle they can detect.
Oh, okay. So the thing I've been doing.
Yeah,
Only...
that's essentially what you've been doing. Yeah, you can do it with
Okay.
perception. You can do it
I've
with
been doing
Arcana.
it with perception.
Stop rolling threes. That's like your third one.
I'm getting them out now because it's a marathon, not a sprint. Okay.
Good point. I will say this is probably the least stressful time for you to be failing perception checks.
Exactly.
I don't know. Avernus is pretty easy. They're everywhere. You didn't see them all, no matter how good you thought you were.
They rolled pretty well on their stealth. Those
These
torpedoes.
guys?
The
Oh,
torpedoes.
those
did.
torpedoes. Yeah. The
Yep.
fuck was that, Avernus? I don't even see Avernus in space.
Actually, here, no, yeah, you totally couldn't see them. Yeah, Azuru, it's your turn.
Am I able to hit the ship that shot at us?
No, they are gonna be below you pretty soon, so you would need to coordinate that with Keck if you want to shoot at them.
No, I'd rather just us get out. Let me see the cheat sheet real quick for Quartermaster. What can I do?
I also might make you helm soon. Depends how badly I need Keck in the engine room.
Yeah, you could move over and be ready to take over the helm.
Not this turn though.
Not this
Right.
turn, but
Well, no, I'm not gonna call it this turn either. I really do want Keck's sleight of hand to get us the fuck out of here.
Damn. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything. I think I'll just end my turn unless anyone has ideas.
Let me just double check.
You can take dodge action.
Assist navigation. The quartermaster or any crew at a lookout position can use an action to grant advantage to the next dexterity check or saving throw made by the crew manning the ship's helm. I already gave him advantage, but that's something you can look to do.
Would it do anything if he already has advantage?
Not
if
this
he has to make
turn.
a saving throw, then that would be different.
That's true.
Okay, I'll do that then. I'll assist navigation.
If we're looking for... If we're just looking for stuff to do with our actions, I think that'd be helpful. So Keck gets advantage on the next skill check and the next saving throw.
Alrighty.
Fuck yeah, Keck. Get us the hell out of here.
Makes it the Astral Dreadnought's turn as it's going to attempt to catch up. It's not terrible.
The other guys are closer.
They are. It is heading in your guys' general direction. If you pass these guys, they are very likely going to get eaten first.
What about this dagger fucker?
The Astral Dreadnought has not noticed them yet.
Ow. I fairy fire him.
They would earn it after them keep attacking us, but
All right, Keck, it's your turn.
All right, here we go. Zoom, zoom.
there we go.
All right, with that sleight of hand, so things are going to shift around a little bit. The two bandit ships you leave in the dust, they are now behind you. Everything is now essentially directly behind you. I'm going to shift their positions to show that.
Hopefully, I don't get opportunity attacks.
You guys pull away a little bit.
Oh, the sword's there too?
The Queen's Blade, as you guys
It's
zip
fast.
past these bandits, yes, it is close on your tail, and it also just zips right by them.
Here's a crazy idea. What if we just let it pass us?
They
I'm
get the blue
not
shell.
entirely against that.
Second place
Azuru.
is still winning.
That is, I'm
Yeah.
not. It's still winning. I'm gonna guess
Third
that their
place.
death laser probably comes out of the front of their ship by the looks of it.
Yup.
Third
All right.
place.
Celestria, it's your turn.
Okay. Well, I had an idea. I don't know if it's worth it anymore. B2. It would be using 2 points turn for
What's the idea?
disadvantage from. Was it something wins? Warding wind.
If you wanted to cast Warding Wind on the ship itself, that will give disadvantage to ranged attacks against the ship. It's a concentration spell, so that will require 2 power per turn.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
have a scroll for it.
Well, it's still
It's the 2 power per turn.
the power
cost.
points. Yeah.
Hmm.
So
But we could save the
I don't
spell
think it's,
slot.
yeah. Well, yeah, but I don't think it's worth it now.
Hmm.
If you only have one thing.
I would say save it
They
for
can
next turn.
potentially-
I'm gonna switch
Yeah.
over who's driving next turn.
In that case, I guess I'll just try to guide us direction wise.
Because given how much power we want to be starting to use,
Nice.
Okay. And are we just keeping an eye out? Are you helping somebody, or are you analyzing?
I'm analyzing our path, or like in front of us,
Okay.
our heading.
Yeah. Okay. So as you assess the path that you're taking forward, this area is still very dense with clouds of purple and white haze that are just drifting through the space. And as you peer through it, you compare it mentally to some of the maps that Azura laid out, like the course you're going to fly. And you realize that you guys are very quickly approaching the edge of the asteroid field. You begin to see some of the outlier chunks of rock and stone and even bits of
Rock and
Uh,
stone.
and even bits of masonry and ruins that seem to be floating through astral space. But you point out the ones that you see and then begin comparing it to the course you guys were going to travel. So yeah, you're going to give advantage to the next person and keep an eye out for hazards. You don't spot anything more nefarious that's coming your guys' direction
yeah.
Yes.
yet.
Celestria, you and I know exactly what's going
Oh
on.
god, well, another ship gets caught by the Astral Dreadnought.
Hell yeah.
Giru, it's your turn.
All right. So, here's the plan to start to tax the power of the ship more by freeing Keck. To start running a specific action called Manage Power.
we can also yeah.
It
I'm
needs
okay
to
with
be the- it needs to
veering
be the
off and letting them
engineer.
pass.
I'm also okay with veering off and letting them pass. At the moment, they've stopped shooting at us as well.
They
Which
have.
may be to do with Nimsy's darkness. It may be to do with the fact that they're catching us. Either way,
They might have limited resources.
they may have limited resources and have recognized the turtle and been like, "Oh, it's this dumbass. We're definitely faster than him."
So what do you need Keck to do?
I will call it out, but Keck's going to give up her seat to Azuru and make for the engine room.
Ah, okay.
Because I'm going to start using you to extract more power.
Give me the persuade me, Captain. Give me advantage.
Give you advantage? I think that's
Yeah.
okay, yeah. What's your highest stat for your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma?
16.
Good lord. You're persuaded.
Nice.
I believe in you,
I feel
Dragon.
hyped.
You've been fucking you're ready for this. All you've been doing is learning everything. Get out there and drive, motherfucker.
The one time
All
a
right.
high score is a detriment.
So both the teammates are aware of this, and from up
Making
in
the
the
swap?
peanut gallery, yeah, keeping it going.
All right. And we've got another one of the bandit captains. Let's see if both of these ships get caught. Yep.
Excellent.
All right, we can remove them from the turn order. They're not going to come up again.
This
Actually,
dreadnought's just been.
the dreadnought's just going to chow down.
Do you think it's gonna leave the two of us alone at this point?
Probably. It looks like it. The two ships back there realize that they're going to get caught. They wheel back and start firing on the Astral dreadnought. That's probably not going to go well for them, but you know.
It's a choice.
Yep.
Also, maybe
All right,
well,
B.
Jerry's not that smart, but there's slower ships coming from behind us.
B, at the moment, I need you to get ready to give Azuru guidance when he gets to the seat.
The
I
forecasting
also-
darkness. Darkness.
Does guidance
yeah.
take
Yeah.
concentration?
It does.
Then no, keep up the darkness. Let me just quickly learn what
I
all
also
the
shout to I give a shout to Lenari as well. Like I need you to assist me in navigation because I assume the asteroid field's gonna have a lot of hazards.
Yep.
Yes.
Gear is also up here. You and I. So first, mate, you and I can both say brace as a reaction. A big one is hardening the arcane field is a potential one, but no, I think.
Well, don't think about it too hard because I'm looking at what time it is. I think we're gonna enter the astral field or the asteroid field next time.
Okay.
I think right at the edge of it is a good place to stop.
Right as we're ready, so we'll finish this round of initiative, and that's
Yep.
that.
and
All
then
right,
call it.
keep on focusing on darkness. Fee,
Yep.
keep us safe.
That's it for Fee. Fee's not doing anything because she's concentrating, so she's just gonna
Okay.
da-dee-da-dee-da. She's humming if she concentrates.
I was gonna say, I just imagine her like squinting and like really trying to focus on.
29. So they are probably gonna zip past you guys going real fast.
You
They
would
are-
honestly give a wave, like, bye
Yeah.
guys.
A salute. A
Good, no,
salute.
like, well, like like good show. Fucking let's go.
Clapping.
Fucking
Cheering them on. That'll confuse them.
Cheers to cheer them on as they go by.
I don't know how they ended up ahead of Lenari in the turn. They should be right there. But anyway, Lenari, it is your turn.
Yay.
Assist navigation.
Yeah, it's time to start finding these asteroids. Oh yeah, she's
Alrighty.
ready for you, Aziru.
You're keeping an eye out. You're gonna give it advantage to
Tell me
Azuru
about-
and help it
Yeah.
find any hazards that are ahead.
Hell
Yep.
yeah.
Tell us about the asteroids.
All right, Azuru, you step up and swap places with Keck.
All right,
That's
so
what
I have
I'm gonna do.
advantage and assist. How do I do this?
It is going to be an intelligence astral vehicles check with advantage.
So if you
Okay,
click
so
astral
I
vehicles,
click advantage and then I click astral vehicle and I select intelligence, right?
Correct.
yes.
And then do I do anything else? Is that it?
Nope, that's it.
It'll roll for you.
Whew.
Hey.
21.
Fuck yeah.
All right. So as you approach the edges of the asteroid field, you do see rocks and things beginning zipping by. Lenari's helping you with callouts, so you avoid any of these hazards. But as you approach the edge of it, the Queen's Blade approaches you guys really, really close from behind. And they're going to sail within 60 feet of you guys. Unfortunately, I don't have a great model for this, but it is a incredibly long and thin, sleek silver metal ship with a slightly flaring, free-floating collar of crystals around the back of it that are glowing with arcane power. And it looks like there's a bank of weapons around the back end of this ship and a large crystal mounted at the front. The crystal will be the thing you see first. And Giro, your guess was dead on. It does look like they have a maiden forward-facing weapon, but they also have a array of very nasty-looking energy weapons around the back of their ship also. And as they sail past you, a bunch of these energy weapons turn towards you, but none of them fire. as the
Phew.
ship just sails right on past you, going probably 40 to 50% faster than your ship.
A fast fucking boat.
It
Kudos
really,
to them.
it
I'm-
really is. Yeah.
They were surprised I was entering at all. They probably, did not think we were gonna make it this.
Fine, we
Okay.
won't fire at them.
Yeah. They hold their
Well-
fire as they pass you by.
We agreed to be civil, right? And we'd fight at the end of it if it came down to it for the
Yep.
last spot. But at this point, there's so much race left.
Exactly. Actually, I think Giro, you would get ascending, or actually, it would just be the message cantrip. They could do that because it's close enough, and you just hear the female voice, Captain. Hey, cheers.
Best of luck in the asteroid field.
Yeah, you too. Don't die. They just zip on past, and we will call it there for the night.
All right, folks.
Wait, do you want to finish
Live!
the round? Or...
Yay!
So
We made it through night one.
We didn't get eaten by
Azuri,
a
you get to
dreadnought.
sit. You get to sit at the captain's chair now.
Are we gonna pick up with the
Over
same
here.
initiative, or
I think we're out of initiative.
We are out of initiative, so that ended that
Okay.
combat
Well,
section. The hazards
if-
behind you are taking care of themselves.
did they have any fires on their ship? Like,
The Queensblade.
We were very
Oh.
notably not attacking them.
So
I
as
think
the
he was gonna help them.
you would get information as their ships sailed past you. They have some damage. It looks mostly cosmetic, but there was a little bit of damage on board their ship. Other things you would notice: their hull is completely enclosed. Doesn't look like there's any openings to astral space at all. They have 8 or 9 batteries of weapons around the back of their ship and the one large main cannon. And you'd estimate their normal flight speed to be somewhere between 100 and 140 feet per round.
it's like
Jeez.
twice as us.
Not quite, but they're
Oh,
up there.
50% more.
they're fast. Actually, Lenari and Celestria, you guys are on the lookout. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Not disadvantage, but still full.
Nice.
Okay,
Okay.
that's a,
Hero
that's
is
a
also up
fast
there.
ship.
Is
Yeah.
that okay?
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check just to observe it. Okay, so as it
Devin wanted
zips
to
past,
talk about the ship.
Yeah. Someone
A little
roll
bit.
on a 0.
there's one more thing you would catch about it. As it zips past, the front of it, in addition to that large crystal, there's also lines of arcane runes along the outside of the ship going from the nose to about halfway back on the ship, which, just as a guess, it's either some kind of defensive field or maybe a magical like protection.
Okay, yeah, it's nose armor basically. It's front facing. Oh, this is the ship that fucking likes to ram people.
Yep.
That's what it is. Sorry that took me so long, guys.
They didn't ram
Yeah.
you. That would have
Nope.
been something.
I was waiting for it. I was worried.
That's why Fee
I wanted to
keeps
veer
doing
off.
it. Fee was like, "He'll never
Nothing would
see
be
us."
funnier than them ramming us, only to have someone like accidentally end up on board and just go, "Oh, well, I have this scroll of plane shift, and you get disqualified if you use it. Goodbye." And you grab
it-
their core and you just leave.
It does specify voluntary
Oh,
transport.
just imagine how for. Well, I mean, once you're in control, once you're in the helm of the ship, it's voluntary. The ship is your.
You haven't actually asked how one acquires the helm of another ship. There are actually rules for that,
Hmm.
but that is for another time. Good
Thank you for
job,
the game,
everybody.
Java.
That was pretty good. You guys avoided a lot of that damage. That could have been a lot worse.
So there, just to clarify, there was no like windows or anything with candles in that on their ship.
No, there was not.
Damn it.
They're like, I point out, when I
Did you
if
get
I hear that,
red
I'm like, I'll be like, they have like lights.
I wanted to put one
powered
out.
by
Oh.
Just
No, like
one
they
candle.
don't like they're like they're very
Yeah,
tech
just
focused.
slight inconvenience.
They're like cyberpunk though, so like they don't have fire, like open candle fire.
That was an entirely metal ship. If he still has heat metal, that would have been fun.
Yeah.
Did you want to
Sure,
fight
we'll
them?
run into them again.
She also has the boom
I don't
boom
know, they're
stick,
pretty
and
fast.
they're made out of crystal. Imagine how fun that would be.
Oh, since we're at
B,
a
as much as
combat,
I agree with you, they also take that giant crystal and ram it into other people and are fine.
Boom boom stick though.
I
Since-
know, but anyways.
since we're at a combat, can we ask what position we're in?
Yeah, you want to query the
Well, Zuru's at the helm. He can ping him.
Yeah.
Yeah, ping and find out how far behind we are.
you are in 4th place.
Perfect.
Nice.
Oh no.
And the announcement would be, it would cycle through them in order. So the first place position, you have no idea who they mention, like you don't recognize the name of the ship. Same for the 2nd place. 3rd place is the Queen's Blade. 4th place is the Snapper, with Giru as captain. 5th place, you don't recognize the name. 6th, 7th, 8th, same as that. It goes down. The Glory of Avernus is in 12th place.
Damn, it's
Um,
slow.
Damn,
You-
they're that far
yeah,
behind
you
and they
make it.
still launch torpedoes at us. That's scary as fuck.
Well, I think they had homing torpedoes that were just out for us.
Yep. So, something else you would notice: the list ends at 31 racers.
We're down 40 racers already.
All right, good. I communicate that to everybody.
Thank you, Zuru. We're out of combat, but so like basically we have like 2 or 3 rounds before we hit the asteroid belt.
Yes. You'll be
So
coming
I
on it
would
very
grab
quickly.
Keck, go big, and the 2 of us would try and fix the side.
Fix this up. Okay, so you're each gonna get a check before you guys hit the asteroid field.
Yeah.
All right.
So athletics check from each of you, and Giru, athletics checks are ability checks. So your advantage on ability checks would extend to athletics checks.
Okay, so I'll hit athletics. Ooh.
Nice. That's
Ooh.
20 points of hit points repaired, and Keck, that is 10 points. So 30 points total repaired to the hull before you
Nice.
guys hit the edge of the asteroid field. And
35.
that's where we're gonna call it, guys.
Yeah, good session.
Nice.
That's how much the ship currently has.
Indeed.
It could be better.
And you guys are approaching the edge of a very, very large, very, very dense asteroid field.
Could definitely be better this early on. But we'll repair, right?
So
Repair
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah, you'll totally have time to repair while in this
in
asteroid
this
field.
asteroid field,
It'll be great.
well, I don't know. Hey, Fee, remember when you said you didn't have mold Earth or whatever, move Earth?
Yeah, Fee didn't think about that.
All right.
Fee not think about that at all.
I am off to bed. Thanks for the session tonight. GG's.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
GG's, everybody.
Everybody, congrats on living and stuff.
We'll make it through. We'll make it through. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Night, guys.
Night.
Night.
Jeez.
That was a
So
good
I'm
session.
hoping we live because
For everyone still watching, I am ending stream here. Thank you for joining, and tune in next Monday for the continuation of this, the Astral Race, or tune in Friday if you want to watch us try to suss out who the sussy person among us is.